Okay.
Just get comfortable where you're comfortable.
About a thing or something. I guess it's here.
Pastor Williams?
Good morning.
Good morning, Pastor. You will be first up. The mayor will recognize you before he calls the meeting to order.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, man. Doing right there? Doing good, okay. Good. Huh? Have your weekend? It's better, yeah. Yeah. And fix it up. Yeah. Everybody got back. Family got back. Yeah. Mom today, Saturday. Good deal.
I don't, if she makes sure and keep her team open.
All right, it's 8:30, so we're going to get started. Thank you for joining us for the City of Oklahoma City's video conference city council meeting. We have a few announcements to make regarding this virtual meeting. If the video conference is disconnected at any time during the meeting shall be stopped and reconvened once the audio connection is restored. If communications are unable to be restored within 30 minutes, items remaining for consideration will be continued to later today, May 26th at 4:00 p.m. via video conference. We don't expect that to happen. We just always say it in case. The agenda and documents are located on okc.gov. Anyone wishing to speak about an agenda item, public hearing, or to speak under citizens to be heard, please call 405-297-2391 or text 405-219-7927 or email cityclerk@okc.gov. Speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to comment. We'll begin, before I call the meeting to order, with an invocation. We have Pastor Jay Williams of Mosaic United Methodist Church. Pastor Williams, go ahead and proceed as soon as you can unmute your phone.
Please join me in the invocation. Creator, we come to you today just giving thanks for another time to meet together and pursue just orders for our city. God, we give you thanks for all of these people that you have placed in charge, that you continue just to guide them and give them the courage and the will to stand up for those on the margins, for those that just need an extra bit of love, God. We are so thankful for our mayor who leads us with grace, and we ask that he continues to pursue you, Holy One, as he makes the decisions and gathers the people and speaks to our behalf. God, we want to lift up our city, that we continue to be a beacon of hope for those looking for a great place to be, that we continue to just follow you in all that we do, oh God. And we give you thanks once again for just another beautiful day to be in Oklahoman, to be in this great city. And we just want to do what you have called us to love one another, to live in peace with all of your creation, and to help our neighbors who need it the most. God be with us and guide this meeting and guide the hands and feet of all those you have put in leadership positions. We pray this in thy holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Williams, and congratulations as well for your recent graduation from Oklahoma City University. I now call this meeting of the City Council to order, and We will start with Office of the Mayor, where we do have a few items today. This is item 3 on the agenda. We'll begin with the swearing-in ceremony, and I believe we've got all the players in place for this. This is for our new municipal judge, Jason Glidewell, and I believe he is present on the line, and he will be sworn in by Judge Stephen Bouzin. And with that, I guess I will turn it over to Judge Bouzin to conduct this swearing-in ceremony.
Judge Bouzin, it's been turned over to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Welcome, family, friends, and dignitaries, to the swearing-in ceremony of Jason Eugene Glidewell as the next municipal judge for the great city of Oklahoma City. This is truly a great day. My name is Stephen Bouzin. I am the municipal judge for the city of Ellick and have been so for the past 40 years. It is a great privilege and honor to be part of this auspicious ceremony. Jason is a proud graduate of Anadarko High School. He went on to receive his undergraduate degree at the University of Oklahoma and his law degree at the University of Oklahoma. Lest I be remiss, boomer sooner, Jason. Jason has devoted his life to service. He has served on many boards, both on the local level at the Anadarko School Board or Public School Foundation. At the state level, he has served on the Tourism Board. And at the federal level, he has worked diligently and tirelessly on behalf of various tribes. Needless to say, a judge must possess certain qualities and characteristics, including but not limited to being fair, honest, compassionate, firm, and a willingness to follow the law. Suffice it to say, Jason has all of these qualities in an abundance. He will be a terrific and well-respected jurist. On a personal note, I want to extend a hearty congratulations to Jason's life partner, Cole Bryant, to his parents, Big Jim and Carolyn Glidewell, his brother John and wife Alicia, and Jason's nephew, Talon. Truly, it is a great day. Lastly, my wife Carla and I want to extend and join in with all those present to wish you, Jason, the best on this new and exciting journey. With that, will you please come forward? Cole, please. Jason, if you'll put your hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, give your name.
I, Jason Eugene Glidewell,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
or that I will support,
that I will support,
obey, and defend
obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and that I will not knowingly
and that I will not knowingly
receive,
receive,
directly or indirectly,
directly or indirectly,
any money or valuable thing
any money or valuable thing
for the performance or non-performance
for the performance or non-performance
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
other than the compensation allowed by law.
other than the compensation allowed by law.
I further swear
I further swear
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
as municipal judge for the city of Oklahoma City
as municipal judge for the city of Oklahoma City
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, Judge Glidewell. concludes our ceremony. Thank you all for coming, and I'm sure Judge Glidewell will be more than anxious and happy to visit with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations, Judge Glidewell. Councilman Stonesifer, did you want to say anything?
Yes, I'd like to say a few words. Jason, and I say this on behalf of the Judiciary Committee, Jason did a tremendous job in his interview. I think his resume speaks volumes. The work he's done in the area of family law, criminal defense law, Native American law, and representing children who are victims of abuse and neglect. I think it's important to note that he was appointed as the Chief Magistrate for the United States Department of Interior and oversaw as a judge dockets in Oklahoma, Utah, and Nevada. Besides all his work that he's done over the years, he's participated in at least 50 jury trials, ranging from complex capital cases down to misdemeanors. In his spare time, he teaches at the University of Oklahoma as an adjunct professor. And so, and he's also a proud member of the Choctaw Nation. So to our next judge, welcome. We're glad you're aboard. If you have any questions or need any help, please feel free to call. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Glidewell. Did you want to say anything?
First and foremost, I'd love to thank the City Council for the opportunity to serve this great city, the 25th largest city in the country out here. We're very proud of Oklahoma City and the progress that has been made, and I'm so honored to get the opportunity to sit among the judges like Judge James, Judge Kiffin, and Judge Hasbrook. It's truly an honor. I'd also like to thank my parents for all the sacrifices that they've made on my behalf all these years, and also certainly like to thank Cole, who even during the course of time when I would think that maybe I wasn't able to do something or that something was out of reach, Cole has constantly been the one to say that, no, go forward, you can do these things. And so the thing that I think is important for me is every day when I wake up, it's my obligation and my goal to try to do good. And every day of my life that I wake up, the number one priority for me is to try to be fair, to try to be effective, and at this point forward, to try to be a good judge. And most importantly, to try to be the person that Cole believes me to be. So thank you all very much. I appreciate the honor. I will work hard every day to make sure that you're proud of the decision that you've made here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Glidewell. Thank you for your willingness to serve. We're excited to have you on board, and thank you to the Judiciary Committee for handling the task of filling this position. With that, I believe we can move on now to item 3B. This is a resolution of commendation for Michelle Fowkes on her selection as the May 2020 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month. And I guess I would, well, first of all, is Michelle on the line?
I thought she was supposed to be, yeah.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, welcome, Michelle. Well, in your honor, I'd like to ask the clerk to read this proclamation, or resolution, I should say.
Whereas Michelle Fowkes has been a city employee for 4 years and is a training and safety in the airports department. Whereas Michelle is an expert in the risk management field, ensuring city employees work in a safe, hazard-free environment. And whereas Michelle developed and implemented new occupational safety programs and quick reference guides for the airport. Whereas Michelle worked with city staff to purchase an electric pit cover for the airport's equipment maintenance facility to protect employees from falls and overexertion. And whereas Michelle assisted emergency management in response to the COVID-19 by helping departments with continuity of operations and response planning and develop training on acute respiratory pandemics. Whereas Michelle helped purchase hand sanitizer, gloves, masks, disinfectant, and other personal protective equipment for all the airport employees. Whereas Michelle helped implement disinfectant fogging for employee work sites and vehicles and assisted with the implementation of employee temperature testing protocols. Whereas Michelle is a dependable and invaluable asset to the Department of Airports and always has the city's best interest in mind. Whereas this council desires to recognize Michelle Folks for her dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the residents of the city of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Michelle Fox, May 2020 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month.
Great, thank you. This is a resolution, so is there a motion and a second to adopt it? Okay, we've got a motion and a second. My screen looks a little different than normal. Okay. Ah, there we go. Okay. Cast your votes, as many of you already have. Councilman Greenwell, have you voted? Councilman Greenwell, are you there?
I show he's gone.
Okay. The clerk is showing him as not
There he is.
there.
No, he's there. You might need to hit the escape button to show his.
Councilman Greenwell, if you're having trouble, if you don't see a voting choice in front of you, one tip from IT is to hit escape on your computer.
Oh, yeah, just a second. That did it.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes unanimously. The resolution is adopted. Michelle, are you still on the line? If so, we are very excited for your service, very grateful for it, and loved learning a little bit more about what you've been up to, especially in this unique time. Do you have any thoughts to share?
Well, first off, thank you, Mayor. I'm very thankful and honored to have the opportunity to work and serve the city of Oklahoma City, and I really feel quite privileged to be able to serve with the great team that I have. They really make it easy for me to do my job. So, thank you.
Well, very good. Thank you for your service. All right, that now brings us to item 3C and 3D that are both related to our first appointments to the Maps for Citizens Advisory Board. This is, of course, a major milestone in the implementation of Maps 4, passed by the voters last December. A month or two after that, we adopted the structure of the board. And I'll be very candid that COVID-19 threw off the schedule a little bit, but I think we certainly have time to recover. And we are now here and in position to begin this implementation process with the seating of the board. In the months ahead, probably fall or winter at earliest, we will look at the subcommittees. But right now we need to focus on getting the board in place so it can begin creation of an implementation plan. I'll remind people that a little bit of history in 2000 or in the MAPS 3 process, the implementation plan took all of 18 months from start to finish. So we still have a little bit of work ahead of us for sure. This is ultimately a decade-long implementation process, and the people listed here, for the most part, are making, they're not legally obligated to serve that long, but they recognize they might be making that commitment, and that was certainly the case in MAPS 3. Also, noted in my letter to council and in the packet that accompanies this, Teresa Rose Crook has been named as the chair of the MAPS 4 board. All of these members are being appointed for a certain term. It's a staggered term, and I just basically randomly aligned the different years with their names as I just went down the ward list. But I would point out that for me, and this has certainly been historically true, reappointment has been assumed. So don't get caught up, I would say, in the terms. It is, in my view, sort of a lifetime appointment with the exception of item 3C, the council member, as provided for in the resolution adopting this board, is a 2-year term and has traditionally been one that rotates. With that, unless there's any comments, I guess I would entertain a motion. We can take the appointments to the MAPS 4 board that are found in items 3C and 3D with one motion.
Because yeah, okay. Debbie, I'm gonna have to go. I'll talk to you. Bye. Bye.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? I don't mean to cut that short. I'll take that as a no. Let's all vote. Passes unanimously. All right, well, we are very grateful for the willingness of these folks to serve, and we know they have an exciting but weighty task ahead of them, and we look forward to working with them to see MAPS 4 through to its final conclusion in the years ahead. And I really believe that it is the seeds of our recovery from COVID-19 were certainly planted in December of last year with the passage of MAPS 4, and it's an exciting opportunity for all of us. Okay, moving on to 3E and F. These are both appointments of Amy Madera, our new personnel director, to serve in various positions that are traditionally held by that position. And we could take those appointments with one motion. We've got a motion and a second. Please cast your votes as soon as you're able. Passes unanimously. All right, that concludes item 3, Office of the Mayor, and brings us to item 4, Journal of Council Proceedings, where we have items A and B we can take with one motion. And please cast your votes as we have a motion and a second. Passes unanimously. We are now at item 5, request for uncontested continuances. There are 2 items listed on the agenda, 9A2 and 9A7, that would be continued to June 9th. And I would turn it over to the city manager for any further items.
Thank you, Mayor. On page 19, under 9B, it's SPUD 1170. The applicant has requested to defer this to June the 9th. That item will be deferred to June the 9th.
9B.
9B.
Okay.
On page 21, 9I1, dilapidated structures. This item will be stricken from the agenda, and it's item E, 11 Southwest 27th Street. The owner has removed. On page 22, under 9K1, unsecured structures, all of these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item D, 608 East Eubank Street. The owner is secured. Item K, 3725 South Portland Avenue. The owner is secured. Item P, 2905 Southwest 15th Street. The owner is secured. Item S, 1512 Southwest 22nd Street. The owner is secured. Item U, 717 Southwest 32nd Street. The owner is secured. Item W, 3017 Southwest 40th Street. The owner has secured. On page 23, under 9L1, abandoned buildings, these items will also all be stricken from the agenda. Item D, 608 East Eubank Street. The owner is secured. And item K, 2905 Southwest 15th Street. The owner is secured. That's all the items I have.
Okay, thank you. All right, back to item 6, revocable permits. We have none on the agenda today. So we will recess our council meeting and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through F we can take with one motion. There is a motion and a second. Please cast your vote.
Hey, Mayor, I actually have one of those items I wanted to just mention.
Okay, I always normally, I gotta figure out how to insert discussion between the motion and the vote somehow. But yes, please go ahead, Councilman Griner, and I guess let's conclude the vote. It's in action right now. And then if you're gonna sway us one way or another, we can always revote if we get to that. But why don't you go ahead and vote since we're kind of in the middle of it.
Okay.
and then we'll discuss the item.
Sounds good.
Okay, motion passes. The items are adopted, but we want to talk about, what was the item, Councilman Griner?
It was just B.
Item B under the Municipal Facilities Authority. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is a project that has been needing to be done for a while, and so I just wanted to mention it. It's a intersection at Northwest Expressway and Rockwell, and the traffic counts there are really, really high, and so there's a number of people in the city and in surrounding cities that are very familiar with this intersection. And from this preliminary report, it looks like that the engineers are going down the right path, and so I just wanted to mention that for the people who live and drive in that area, and that that intersection is going to be improved, and right now it's scheduled to be done in 2022. So that's all I wanted to mention.
Cool. Thank you. Okay. That concludes the agenda for the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority. So we will adjourn OCMSA, convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority. We do have an item here, a couple items here, I believe, that we're going to have a little bit of a presentation on. Mr. City Manager, you want to take that?
Yes. So I asked Chief Kelly to make a couple of remarks on items B and C. Items B and C, those together are about, it's an old fire station that we're selling, and there's some services that we get in exchange for this. And just thought it'd be good for the chief to give us a quick update on this.
Go ahead.
Yep. Are you on, Chief?
Good morning. Sorry about that. We're just getting things set up here. Good morning, Mayor, Council, Mr. City Manager. I'm Richard Kelly, Fire Chief. We have a quick presentation we're going to show you about Old Fire Station 18. I really appreciate staff and everyone assisting in this project. I really believe this hard work and commitment to this project is going to provide a positive impact to the Northeast community and build public relations for the Oklahoma City Fire Department, City of Oklahoma City. Can you see the presentation? Can you hear me?
No, we cannot see the presentation, Chief.
It's not allowing us to share.
Hi again, Chief.
Sorry about that. Start video.
Francis, you made me to make him co-host to be able to share screen.
Yeah.
Hey, Chief, let's go ahead and just work through, just kind of give the outline of this, and then if we get the technology working, we'll bring that up. But just go ahead and give us an overview on what we're doing here with this item.
Okay, the background on this, it's going to address the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority items PPA B and PPA C, and city items 7A T and 7A U. This is the sale of Old Fire Station number 18, which is located in Ward 7, which is at 700 Northeast 36th. It was purchased in 1950 with GO bond funds and used as a fire station until 1988. In 1988, we moved to our current location, Fire Station 18, which is at 46th and Prospect. In 1990, we leased that property at 700 Northeast 36 to the Fifth Quarter Civic Association. They've been in there ever since that time, and they had a 5-year lease which expired on June 30th, 2019. Since that time, they've been operating on a month-to-month lease. However, the Fifth Quarter would like to purchase that property from the city. To kind of give you a little background on the Fifth Quarter, it's made up of members which are current and retired Oklahoma City firefighters. The Fifth Quarter assists with the recruitment of minorities into the field of firefighting and mentors the youth of the Northeast community. The Fifth Quarter's mission, when you look at it, is to promote interracial progress through the fire service and to see that competent applicants are recruited and employed as firefighters. We did do an appraisal on the property, and based on an outside appraisal, the fair market value of the property is at $85,000. In order to meet the requirements of the bond program, the $85,000 must be paid back to the GO bond funds upon sale of the property. The council items that we're looking at are item 7AT on the city council agenda, which declares the old fire station number 18 at 700 Northeast 36 is surplus to the needs of the city and will allow us to sell the property. Item PPA-B on the OC PPA agenda and item 7AU on the council agenda transfers the property from the city to the OC PPA trust and replenishes the GO bond funds in the account of $85,000. Item PPA-C on the OC PPA agenda is the real estate sales agreement that provides for the sale of Old Fire Station 18 to the Fifth Quarter Association in exchange for the negotiated price of $85,000. This agreement provides the Fifth Quarter will make an initial payment of $5,000 on or before July 9, 2020, and then they'll take possession of the property. Starting 2021, each year before the end of the year on December 31st, the Fifth Quarter will make a payment of $16,000 towards the purchase price, or in lieu of payment may provide recruiting services to the Oklahoma City Fire Department at a value of $54.61 per hour per person, with the final full payment totaling $85,000 being made on or before December 31st, 2025. The $54.61 is the average wage and benefits of our employees, 2 fire employees that we have that currently work in the recruitment division. There's several benefits to this agreement. First and foremost, these are people that live in that community. They grew up there. They're passionate about that. But there's also many benefits to the fire department. Some of those would be attending job fairs and recruiting events, especially for minority candidates, presenting at training events and looking at the Southside Metro Technology Center Fire Training Program and assisting with that program, training OKCFD candidates on how to prepare for upcoming application processes, mentoring our current employees related to career development, participation in the creation of the recruitment materials and videos that we produce so we can get that out to everyone. These services are extremely valuable to the fire department, and since we only have 2 recruitment officers, this really is a multiplication of our efforts, and we really believe this is a huge benefit to the city of Oklahoma City and to the fire department. The joint resolution transferring the property from the city to the OCPPA and the sales agreement are before you for introduction and should be set for public hearing on June 9th, with the final consideration on July 7th. In closing, this is more than the sale of a building. This is an important part of meeting our vision of building a premier fire department through inclusion while exceeding community expectations. I'll answer any questions if there might be any.
Any questions for the chief?
I don't have any questions, but I'd like to make a comment if I may.
Of course.
Thank you. I want to just thank the chief as well as the Fifth Quarter, the chairperson, Kenny Baker, and their executive officers for this conversation. I know they have been talking about wanting to take the building as far as ownership and making it a space for the community. And now this can be a space for the community. And in conjunction with this, I love the fact that we were able to incorporate ideas of even bringing the retired officers, African-American officers, to be participants in this process to assist the current officers. So the community can see a reflection of what's available to them to be able to be a part of what the city offers, to be a part of our Oklahoma City Fire Department, and to see that you also can be on one of those big red trucks and take care of our city in the meantime. So thank you again to everyone. I'm very excited. I know a lot of our community is excited, and I know the Fifth Quarter is excited because now we can revitalize this particular corner of Northeast 36th Street as we are preparing for even our grocery store location on the opposite corner of 36 and Lincoln. So it's going to be a place That's going to be a vibrant place. We have sidewalks that are in there now. So it's just going to be a place of walkability and a place for our community to make a stop and say hello to a lot of our officers when they're trying, as they are recruiting and asking for more to come to the table to be part of our Oklahoma City Fire Department. So I just want to say thank you again. And Chief, if you don't mind, I'm just going to bring it up in 7 in our consent docket. So maybe therefore you can show that presentation, because I think it's a visual that needs to be seen, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? If not, we could take a motion to adopt the items under PPA, items A through D. We've got a motion and a second. Go ahead and cast your vote. Motion passes unanimously. The items are adopted, and we are able to adjourn OCPPA and convene now as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust, where we have items A and B we can take with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes as soon as you're able. Motion passes unanimously, and that concludes our business under Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust. So we will adjourn that body and reconvene as the council, where we find ourselves at page 4 of your printed agenda, item 7, the consent docket. We do have a presentation already scheduled for item AG, item AK, item AL, item AM. And is there anything else that a council member wishes to pull out for separate discussion or a separate vote?
Yes, Mayor. AT and AU, we're going to ask for the presentation if they can get it up.
Okay, so AP, P is in AT, T is in Tom?
Correct.
Okay.
And you.
And AU, okay. All right. Any other items from a council member?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to just kind of hear a little bit more on item 7X. And
are you saying X?
X is in Xavier from X-Men.
Got it. Good choice.
That was hard. And then 7AC, please.
AC, Paseo. Okay.
And I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other items from any council member?
Yes, also Mayor, R, 7R, and also 7AQ, just for discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other items from a council member? Okay, hearing none, we will take these in order, which means we'll begin with R, Councilwoman Knight.
I thought we were going to go to G, not G.
G, I missed that one. Sorry. G, the pricing agreement?
I think, are we not having a presentation on that? Did you not say?
No, it was AG.
Okay, I apologize. Well, R it is. I just wanted to say, I'm not sure if we have Miss Robbie on the line, which is fine if she's not, but I just wanted to make mention of this Public Art Commission agreement that we have with Mr. Pete Beeman. And this is for a site-specific sculpture for the USA Softball Hall of Fame location. And I must say that I was actually afforded the opportunity to be a part of the process to choose Mr. Beeman, and I will tell everyone that it is going to be an art sculpture that you will want to see. So I just want everyone to just get in preparation as we're obviously putting on the finishing touches for the USA Softball Hall of Fame Stadium, and to add with that a brand new sculpture that's going to mimic what softball is. And I believe that we're going to see a lot of selfies from this particular sculpture when the time comes. So I want to thank everyone, all of the committee that was a part of this, and thank you to our art staff, because this was a great process to be a part of. So thank you so much for the opportunity. So I know we have some time for it, so I'll let you know when the time comes near. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Cooper, item X.
Yes, I was just wanting to, I don't know if Eric is available right now.
I'm here, Councilman Cooper.
Yeah, thank you. If you could just kind of walk us through a little bit more what residents should expect from this item when it comes to Ward 2. No offense to Ward 1 and 6, I believe they're involved here too. So if you would like to discuss them as well, but as Ward 2 councilperson, I'm especially interested in our ward.
No, absolutely. So item 7X is a change order and an amendment that's going to reconcile final quantities on 87 different street locations that have been completed. And so these items are actually done. So we're actually today asking for the final acceptance of the project. They were broken into 4 major projects. As I mentioned, 87 different street locations. This is generally the area bound between May and Penn, Northwest 36th to Northwest 50th, and included about 17.8 miles of street resurfacing and 15.1 new miles of sidewalk. And it was done as a part of the 2007 bond issue.
Thank you for that description. I appreciate you. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Item, I want you to stick with you and go on to item AC, Paseo.
Yes. Is there someone available to speak to that before I say Eric or
Councilman Cooper? I can speak to that one as well. This is Eric Winger.
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you want just a summary of the project?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Paseo Street Enhancement Project, which is the item 7AC today. This is an engineering and architectural contract amendment to incorporate a rain garden report into the work. And so I know that you're familiar, but for those that have also participated, we've had some stakeholder meetings on the Paseo Streetscape project. We've also had a companion project, which is the Walker Streetscape, related to this item, but not specific to this item today, that's also underway at the same time. They're being designed by the same consultant since the proximity of the projects is so close. But with this rain garden report, we're going to be able to engage the engineer to look a little bit further into rain gardens and swales and things that would provide for like a green infrastructure. So with that said, the project's in preliminary design right now. It's not expected to finish the preliminary design until fall of 2020. Construction's not scheduled until 21 on these projects. One of the big items with the Paseo Street Festival being next year is that we did not want to have impacts there. So the stakeholders have asked that we hold construction till after the Paseo Festival.
Yeah, I'm very, as staff is probably very well aware, and anyone who's been following since last summer's MAPS 4 presentations that Councilperson Hammond and I did on sidewalks and bike lanes and light and trails. When I found in the Greening America's communities, you know, these images of the possibility of rain gardens on Walker as an example, I just really fell in love because it just seemed like that sort of smart upfront investment and drainage infrastructure save us
an hour from that.
I was really happy to see that we're investigating this possibility. This possibility a little bit further, and I really look forward to receiving the details of that report in the future. So I was really, really happy to see this item on there. So thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right, thank you. That now brings us to item AG. And Mr. City Manager, I believe we have a presentation from Craig Keith.
Yes, Craig Keith with the Municipal Council's office is on the line. Craig's been involved with this from the very beginning, and there's not a lot of changes that are in here, but I wanted Craig to speak to it because this is such a big issue with the water agreement. Chris Browning is also on the line, but Craig's just going to walk us through real quickly the changes that are being proposed here. And I wanted you to have the assurance from our attorney who's been involved with this on the city side from the very beginning that this isn't a significant change from the intent of the original settlement. Craig?
Mayor and City Council, Mr. City Manager, this is Craig Keith with the City Attorney's Office, and I'm here just to update you on the conformance of the settlement agreement. For those of you who were on council a year ago, you may recall last spring we brought forward to you a conformance document. Let me start back a step, please. The City of Oklahoma City and the State of Oklahoma, the Chickasaw Nation and the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma entered into a settlement agreement in August of 2016 to resolve some issues regarding water rights, and in particular to Oklahoma City Lake Sardis. That, in order to effectuate that agreement, there had to be federal legislation. In December 2016, federal legislation was passed and signed by the President that effectuated the agreement. However, the agreement then had to be conformed to match the federal legislation. The federal government has been working on that since then. We thought last March that we had a final document, so we came to council with a resolution authorizing the mayor and city clerk to sign the conformed settlement agreement, which the city council did approve, and we did do. However, the federal government went through another round of reviews and wanted some additional changes. Over the past year, they have made some additional changes, none of which are substantive to the City of Oklahoma City or the Water Utilities Trust as to the rights and responsibilities of the city and the trust. However, they did make some changes as to language relating to the limited waiver of sovereignty of the nations, and also some references within the document to exhibits, and they updated some of the maps and exhibits, again, which related to a relationship between the state and the nations, but did not relate to the city and the trust. So from a city trust perspective, there are no substantive changes, no changes to our duties, responsibilities, no changes to our rights. However, in order to have the documentation correct, what we presented to you today is a joint resolution which repeals the prior action we took on February 26th of 2019, which authorized the mayor and city clerk to sign, and will now authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign this updated conformance draft that has now been approved by all the parties. And so today we present to you a resolution to approve that new conformed settlement agreement.
Thank you, Craig. I can't say enough. I know a lot of people have worked years on this, and certainly a tip of the hat to our former city manager, Jim Couch, as well on his work on this, and so many others. And I also think it's a great example of how you can have what is from a legal perspective an adversarial position, but still be great partners and friends. And in this case, with the Choctaw Nation and the Chickasaw Nation, who really there are no better friends to Oklahoma City than those nations. And we've been very grateful to work with them on numerous fronts. And I'm glad that we could come to a conclusion in this matter as well. So that was beneficial to all parties. Are there any questions for Craig or for anybody in regards to this topic? Okay. Hearing none, thank you, Craig Keith, for all of your hard work on this and everybody on the legal team. And we will move on now to 7AK. And I believe there is a presentation here regarding this Downtown Business Improvement District, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Shane Jenkins is here with Downtown OKC Inc. And this is the introduction, when you go through, when we introduce bids, we go through multiple different items that will come back to the council. And so this is the first item coming through, the third generation bid for downtown OKC, or for the downtown bid. So I'll let Jane take that, introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and thank you, Mayor. I'm Jane Jenkins. I'm the President and CEO of the Downtown Oklahoma City Partnership, and we manage the downtown bid on behalf of the City of Oklahoma City. We are here to request the renewal and the creation of the third generation of the Downtown Business Improvement District. The bid is a public-private partnership in which property owners pay a special assessment for supplemental services such as the maintenance, development, and promotion of their commercial district. We are governed by and work closely with our private sector advisory board, the City of Oklahoma City, and the City Council. The mission of the downtown bid is to manage, maintain, and market the downtown bid area. Kind of have a unique area in that we cover 1.5 square miles, which is actually quite large, and included in that are 6 separate character districts. The bid renewal process includes many steps and has been an ongoing process and priority for our organization since 2018, beginning with the creation of a strategic plan to guide us through this renewal. The past 8 months have included public meetings, the mailing and collection of over 1,400 petitions seeking support for the renewal of the Business Improvement District, and many conversations with our bid ratepayers and stakeholders. Today, we are here for the first of 5 City Council meetings that will renew and create the bid for the third generation. Upon City Council approval in September, the new bid will begin October 1st, 2020. The downtown bid provides many of the services, including placemaking, advocacy, and promotion. However, we do have a few proposed changes for bid 3.0. One is the expansion of Automobile Alley on Broadway up to 13th Street. We also want to divide Park Plaza, which was a district kind of in the center of downtown, into Midtown and the city center. We'd like to add Deep Deuce to be eligible for supplemental district funding, the expansion of street level maintenance zones to align with the sub-district boundaries of Midtown and Automobile Alley, and then updated underground amenity assessment methodology was determined to better represent the benefit level received by the ratepayers that pay into the underground assessment. We also changed some of our boundaries. The bid and the Automobile Alley boundaries were expanded from Park Place North to Northwest 13th Street to include the recent developments there, notably the Oklahoma Contemporary. Park Plaza has been reallocated to be in at Northwest 6th Street, north going to Midtown, and City Center to the south. Other notable items include on boundaries that Film Row is to be included as part of the Arts District, but there will be no change in their assessment. And the southern boundary of the downtown bid is now the Oklahoma City Boulevard. Deep Deuce has a new sub-district zone to allow the bid to fund services there. Midtown and Automobile Alley street level maintenance zones are expanded to align with the district boundaries. And as far as our amenity zones, as mentioned, the underground amenity assessment methodology was updated to better represent the level received by the ratepayers. Today, we are excited to announce that we have submitted petitions to the city totaling 60.22% of the total land area of the downtown bid, showing support for the renewal and creation of the next generation of the Downtown Business Improvement District. And as we mentioned, this will be the first of 5 meetings for this renewal process, and the remaining 4 meetings are listed here. This presentation, a summary of the petitions, and additional resources regarding bid renewal are available online at www.downtownokc.com. Thank you very much for your time this morning and your consideration today.
Thank you, Jane. And we do have one citizen who has signed up to speak on this topic, so maybe we'll go there now. Jim Perrick.
Hello.
Hi, Jim.
How are you?
Great.
I just wanted to say briefly, I am the chairman of this year's bid, and the bid has always enjoyed strong support from the city and city staff and the council, and that is very much appreciated. And I think one thing with all the progress that's been made in downtown over the last 20 years, you can say is that the bid is something that's proven that works. And we're looking forward to another 10 years. So thank you.
Thank you. Any council members wish to make any comments or ask any questions?
I'll
Hearing none, we will move on to item 8L, which also has a presentation. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, so Joanna McSpadden, our Economic Development Manager, is on the line and is going to give a quick presentation. Kathy O'Connor made a presentation on, we did the Economic Development Agreement. This is the Master Development Agreement that includes the sale of the land that's involved with the Homeland Grocery Store and the 36th and Lincoln site. And so I'll let Joanna take us through a couple of remarks here on this item.
Hi, good morning, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to summarize the intent here for this item. This is the Homeland Master Development Agreement. It relates to the Homeland Grocery Store and Northeast Wellness Center to be constructed at 36th and Lincoln in Ward 7. The MDA has two main components. The first, as you may remember, the city purchased the entire site back in December of 2019 for approximately $2 million. This agreement facilitates the sale of a portion of that property for the grocery store to the developer in exchange for $250,000. The second component of the agreement allows the city to purchase parking improvements to be constructed by the developer, along with associated pre-development services, with the city's share not to exceed $1.8 million for those parking and pre-development services. The parking improvements will be funded, parking improvements and the pre-development services will be funded with a portion of MAPS 3 Wellness Center funding. The remaining portion of the $1.3 million from GOLT funding that was approved along with the allocation of TIF support for the grocery store back in December, the $250,000 to be collected from the developer for the purchase of the land, and another $250,000 available in city CIP funds. If the cost for the parking exceeds the city's cap of $1.8 million, the city and the developer will renegotiate the agreement to facilitate those new costs. Since this agreement involves the sale of property, this is going to be considered the introduction of the item. A public hearing will be held at the June 9th meeting, with a final consideration and vote by council to be held at the July 7th meeting. So there will be 3 meetings for this item since it involves the sale of property. And that's all I have. And I'll answer questions. Amanda Carpenter hopefully could probably answer some more legal specific questions. And then of course, Kathy's on the line if anybody has questions from a developer side of things.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Joanna? Hearing none, we will move on now to AM. This relates to the budget for our next fiscal year starting July 1st, and I will turn it over to the city manager.
Yeah, so Doug Dowler is on the line, going to present the budget. He'll give a quick overview on this. You know, because of the circumstance, I've talked with the council about this, because of the circumstances of COVID-19 and the effects on our economy, it really made some changes at the last minute in our normal budget process. You know, typically we would have gone through the month of May with every other meeting being a meeting reviewing the budget, just, you know, focused on the budget. And so this is going to be a more condensed schedule. Doug's going to do a presentation. Now we've got the budget documents that were emailed out to you this morning. They'll be posted online and we'll have hard copies available if you'd like those. It's an abbreviated budget document as well because of the timeline that we were working on. But does have good information in here about the changes that are being made with the number of positions as well as the dollars. And I'll let Doug just take us through this. At the end of the meeting, we've got our first, if time allows, our first budget presentation will be Eric Winger will present the Public Works budget. I'll let Doug take us through this. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer those. Next Tuesday, we'll have a meeting that's dedicated all morning to reviewing the budget. And we'll have several more presentations, and Doug will take us through that. So Doug, why don't you go ahead and lead us through the introduction?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Doug Dowler, Budget Director for the city. As I get started, I'd like to just take a moment to thank my team in the Office of Management and Budget for their work to bring this budget together. I've worked in the budget office for 22 years, and I've never been through a budget process as intense as this one before. So normally I'd have them stand and be recognized, but since we are meeting virtually, I'd just like to acknowledge them by name: Lindsay McNabb, Erica Vandershypen, Lori Hurd, Jeff Mosier, Letitia Jackson, Daniel Dorgan, Nicole Stover, Jennifer King, and Ian Hutchison. I just have a great team, and I want to thank them for their hard work to put this together. So let's take a look at the budget. Starting with the general fund, you can see the budget goes down $27 million compared to our current year amended budget. That's about 5.6%. This is due primarily to a projected 5% decline in sales tax next year. When we began the budget process, we calculated our same service level budget, the cost to maintain salaries, insurance, et cetera, and it was about $490 million. So from that level, we've had to cut almost $35 million, or about 7%. Other operating funds are also down 5.6%, with significant declines in the hotel tax, fire sales tax, police sales tax, and zoo sales tax funds. Non-operating funds are the one area that is growing, and that's due to the inclusion of the $114.3 million in CARES Act funding that's available to help reimburse the city for costs associated with responding to COVID-19. So overall, we actually see an increase in the total budget of $69 million, or 4.3%, to $1,658 million. Now, if you take the CARES Act funding out of the total, the budget would show a decline of 2.9% to $1.54 billion. Turning to our revenue sources for the budget, we'll take a look at a few of these categories. The largest revenue source is taxes. They total $647 million, or 39% of the total. Sales tax is the largest source in that category, and so we're $462 million of the total. When looking at the total budget, the taxes category also includes property taxes in the debt service fund, which total $99 million and go to pay off our general obligation bonds. Second largest category is fund balance. It's 34% of the total. Because it's such a large amount, we've broken out the MAPS 3 fund balance. It's projected to be $179 million. All other funds have a fund balance projected to total $381 million. Fees and charges include things like franchise fees, building permits, ambulance membership fees, stormwater drainage fees. They account for 14% of the total. I won't go into the other categories there. Now we'll kind of take a look at the general fund, our largest fund. It provides the bulk of our services. And here, taxes make up a larger portion at 70%. And of course, sales tax, the largest source at 53%. Use tax has grown to be the second largest source at 14%. And since use tax, in my opinion, is really just a sales tax on goods bought out of state, we're dependent on sales tax for 2/3 of the general fund budget. Franchise fees represent almost 9% of the total. And those come from the utility companies that pay us for their use of our rights of way. Fines total $18.8 million, represent less than 4% of general fund revenue. Fees and charges such as building permits, administrative charges, wage adjustment for fire and police sales tax, they make up about 17% of the total. And then other revenue includes transfers from other funds, interest, and several other miscellaneous revenues that are just about a little over 1% of the $457 million total. So a couple of notes on our revenue. You know, when we project our revenue for the coming year, we always start with where we expect to finish up the current year. For sales tax, we're looking at a decline of just over 1%, which is all due to the decline we've seen in May and expect in June. From that base, we expect a decline of 5% next year. So to put that in reduction in sales tax in perspective, it's worse than we ever experienced in the oil bust of the 1980s, but not as bad as our worst year of the Great Recession. And another way to look at it is from what our normal rate of growth is for sales tax. We've gone from our average growth rate of 3% per year to -5%. So that's really an 8% swing from that perspective. Use tax has been performing above our projection this year, and we expect to be up almost 8% this year. As we look at next year, however, we're concerned about the impact of reduced economic activity from two perspectives. Online sales have become a bigger part of use tax in recent years, and a recession will mean many people will have less money to purchase things online. A second significant source of use tax is businesses who buy equipment, machinery, and other things from out of state. Many businesses are deferring capital equipment purchases, especially in the oil and gas business, And we think that will be a drag on our use tax growth. Looking at a few other areas, we expect franchise fees to be down next year as the effects of recession result in lower revenues for our various utility companies. We expect fines to decline about 11% as we continue to see criminal justice initiatives continue next year. And finally, I'll note interest, it's a very small revenue source in the general fund, and our policies call for safety above yield for our investments. But with the lowering of interest rates, we expect to see a very large percentage decrease in our interest revenue. For example, just as an example, a decline in interest rates from 1.2% to 0.8% results in a 33% decline in interest earnings, and we're looking at a 35% decline next year. As we look at positions, next year we are proposing a decrease of 168 funded positions. This is a 3.5% decrease, will bring us to 4,701 funded positions. Within that total, 112 positions are eliminated and 56 positions are frozen. A frozen position does not have funds associated with it, under the assumption that as revenues improve, the funding will be restored. So in the police department, we are freezing 34 uniform positions, and police is also deleting 7 civilian positions. The fire department is freezing 21 uniform positions. Other significant changes are in development services with a reduction of 20 positions. Likewise, utilities reduces 20 positions, and parks and recreation is cutting 13 positions. Spread across the other departments are reductions of 47 additional positions. When we look at the expenditure side of the budget, this chart here shows our expenditures using the categories outlined in the Municipal Budget Act. Personal services is the largest category at 31% of our total budget. Capital outlay is just behind that at 30%. And as we did with fund balance, we've broken out the capital expenses from MAPS 3 as its own category. So services, which includes contracts, utilities, and chargebacks, is the third largest category at 24%. Supplies, transfers, and debt service are all relatively small segments of the total budget. And the debt service category is completely from our debt service fund, which is funded by property tax and where a repayment of GO bonds is made. As we focus in on the general fund, personal services is the vast majority of expenses at 73%. Other services at 20% include utilities, contracts for services, our payments to COTPA, chargebacks for internal service funds like IT, fleet, risk management, print shop, supplies, capital, and transfers are all fairly small at 7%. And I'd just like to make one note, capital funding doesn't show up as a category here for the general fund. That's because we do a transfer out of the general fund to our capital improvement fund. So it shows up as in the transfers category, that's $4.75 million, which is a reduction from the current year's budget. So as we look at some of the other funds that have had significant changes in FY21, this will be the first full year of the MAPS 4 program. We have $107 million in sales tax revenue included in the general fund non-operating budget that will be transferred to the MAPS 4 program fund. As we get closer to wrapping up the MAPS 3 program, the budget continues to decline as the balance in the fund is spent on the remaining projects. So the budget for MAPS 3 declines by $126.5 million compared to the current year. The impacts of COVID-19 on travel have been widely reported, and we expect a significant hit to the hospitality industry in Oklahoma City. We've projected a 43% decline in hotel motel tax, which will have a significant impact on the Convention and Visitors Bureau, which is funded through 4/11 of the hotel motel tax. As I mentioned earlier, we have also included the $114.3 million of CARES Act funds in the Grants Management Fund. So we've dropped off copies of the budget book to council offices today. The electronic version will be available on okc.gov this afternoon. As the city manager noted, the document is abbreviated from its normal size just because of the short amount of time we had to finalize the budget. One significant portion that's missing is the performance section for each department. Again, because of the lateness of this, we didn't have time to assess all of the impacts on performance. But once the budget is adopted, we will produce the full book as we normally do. The city manager mentioned also that we have a presentation at the end of the meeting here from Eric Winger on the Public Works budget. Next week, we will only be looking at budget presentations. We have 5 departments who will be presenting their budgets next week. On June 9th, municipal courts and utilities will present their budgets under city manager reports at the end of the meeting. And then on June 16th, we'll have the official public hearing. Public comment is welcome at any of the meetings on the budget, but we do have an official public hearing on June 16th prior to the scheduled adoption of the budget. and then the budget would take effect on July 1st. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Doug, one thing I've learned I want to point out hopefully every year, because it's a bit of a quirk, and I think for those just looking at top line numbers, it's really important to point out. We budget for a number around $1.6 billion, but we actually have almost zero expectation of spending that much money in the next year. And if you're actually holding a budget book and you went to B1, you would see that actual FY19 spent just below $1 billion, $987 million. But I guess it's not here, but was probably adopted as a $1.5 billion budget. Well, that's a pretty big swing, right? I mean, if you look at that, you adopted a $1.5 billion budget and you only spent $1 billion, that's a drop of a third. But that was really always anticipated to be the case. And the reason that we have, as I understand it, this large difference between what we budget and what we spend is that we include in our budget all of our fund balance in our various bond issues and MAPS programs. Is that correct, Mr.
Yes,
City Manager?
correct.
Yeah. And so we don't actually anticipate spending all of that. So I just say that to say, for anyone listening or for members of the media, you know, it is true that on paper it's, you know, a proposed budget in excess of $1.6 billion, but we know for a fact we will only spend probably in the next fiscal year a number closer to $1 billion. And I just think that's pretty important and worth pointing out, because that's a pretty big difference between 1.6 and $1 billion. And it's a structural quirk in our budget every single year. And if people really wanted to know what we spend, I typically now say we have $1 billion budget, even though that's not what it says on paper, but I know that what we're actually going to spend in a given year is closer to $1 billion.
Certainly, Mayor.
Sorry, I just always want to say that. Any other comments or questions from the council for Doug or for the city manager?
Mayor, this is David Greenwell. Doug, did I hear correctly in terms of the proposed budget for MAPS 3 is at $179 million?
Yes, that's correct. That's the remaining funds on the convention center, and then the remaining projects, the senior centers and the additional funds.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. Now, you were showing that without the CARES funds, we would anticipate a 2.9% reduction in our overall budget. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What would that equate to in terms of the general fund? How much would the general fund decline by without any of the CARES funds?
Well, yeah, so in the general fund, we've got a 5.6% decline budgeted, and we do not have budgeted in there any revenues from the CARES fund at this point.
Okay.
Again, we expect to be reimbursing expenses that we've incurred in the current year from the CARES Act, but as far as next year, we do not have budgeted to receive money from the CARES Act in the general fund at this point.
All right.
And Councilman, I'll say also that we're still, Kenny's going to do a presentation on the CARES funds here in a little bit in the proposed plan, that we are still looking at the guidance has been provided by Treasury as to how we can use those funds. There's some potential expectation that we might be able to use to offset some of our public safety costs associated with response to COVID. And also we're continuing to work with hopes that Congress would allow us to be able to use some of that for revenue offset. And you'll see in our plan when Kenny goes through the CARES plan that we've got that incorporated. We do not have that programmed into our budget right now. We're moving forward as though we don't have those. The potential is there. We could get some relief on our budget next year and allow us to restore some services if we get clarification or if Congress makes a change in their position on using it for offsetting the declines in revenue as a result of COVID.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, Doug, so how recently have we updated our projections in terms of revenues for the upcoming year? And the reason why I ask it in that manner, if we were back in March, we were looking at possible reductions in revenues that exceeded 10%. You know, some are forecasting up to 15% decline. So how recent is this current projection?
It's just from a few weeks ago that we did this projection. And I will say, I would say that the projection for sales tax, the decline of 5% probably leans to the optimistic side. When we were talking with Dr. Russell Evans at OCU, he was looking at more like a 7% plus decline for sales tax. So we're trying to be optimistic and yet within the realm of reasonableness here as we project our sales tax.
And you don't know whether or not his projections have changed from when you last spoke with him?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, we spoke with him just
a few weeks ago. Spoke with him last week. I mean, we've been checking in with him frequently on this.
Well, does he still lean towards a 7% decline?
He does. He's given us a range of like a -5.9 to a -7. And I would tell you, this is really, I mean, as Doug said, it's kind of out of the ordinary for what we typically do. And I think there's a couple of reasons I feel comfortable with the projection going forward with our budget with a -5%. One of those is the fact that we've got very strong reserves still. We may have to use a little bit in this year. We're working to try not to have to use reserves this year, but we could use reserves next year if things did get worse than what we're anticipating. I think part of it too, the uncertainty that we see right now, no one's certain exactly what's going to happen, how things are going to play out. If we have more effects from COVID, later into the year, if you have another spike, there's just so much uncertainty around this. I think that the uncertainty along with the reserves that we have, in addition to the fact that we have the potential of having some relief from the CARES funds in our operating budget, that I feel comfortable moving forward. I think with what we propose right now, even though it's more optimistic than we would normally be, also the departments have worked through, I think we met with the council in small groups before and just talked through some of the scenarios of different options the departments had put out there. We also have additional adjustments that we could make in our budget if we had to. So I think we've got several steps that we could take to try to help offset if it did get worse than what we're anticipating, and put me in a position to feel better about going forward, a little bit more optimistic projection going into next year.
Okay,
go ahead. One other thing, Mr. City Manager, I believe too that we're planning to continue the hiring freeze into the coming year as a way to help control expenses and things like capital and that. We won't be spending that money right away. We'll be waiting to see how things look in the economy before we begin to spend things on capital or that sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's right.
So last question. So say at the end of last year, June 30th, 2019, what was the percentage of reserves or surpluses compared to our total budget at the time? Was it around 16%?
Yeah, it was around 20%, a little over 20%.
For the general fund, yes.
For the general fund, that's right.
That's that was the updated goal in terms of minimum reserves that municipalities should maintain. Is that correct? 20%?
Yeah, that's right. It was, and we went, Doug, what's our lower limit?
Our policy 14. Is 16 to, or yeah, I believe 14 to 20%.
Right.
And
we're just above the 20% as we came into the current year.
Yeah.
Right. Great. And we held that just because of the uncertainty in the economy and in the oil and gas industry going into the year. Wanted to hold that in the event we need to use some of that in the year. And then COVID occurred. And so it's been even, more risk there. And so our expectation is that next year, if we had to, we could use some reserves, and we're in a good position to be able to do that without putting us, in jeopardy of spending down too far on that, and allowing us the flexibility to deal with other disasters that could come our way, as well as some of the support that we have to provide for some of the bond issues that are out there. Omni being one of them, but there's several bond issues that we have on the economic development side that we support through the general fund. And so having those reserves allow us to be able to back that in the event that we had to help out in any of those areas.
Yeah. Craig, I would just say this is an important issue, and that you certainly, anytime you have the opportunity to share that to the public to help them understand that, we are going into a year of uncertainty, but yet we have a 20% reserve, 20% of our total operating budget in reserves that could be used if necessary. to address any unknown expenditures or reductions in funding. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the general fund is where we have about 20%, and the other operating funds, Doug, I don't know, our target's around 10%, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and so they're probably closer to the 10% range, but the general fund, the largest operating fund, is the one at 20%, and so we'll make sure that we point that out.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Please.
Craig, Doug, as far as clarification from the federal government on the use of our CARES Act funds, what are we doing to get that clarification? Do we have a lobbyist that's speaking on our behalf? Are we talking to our Congress people? Are we talking to our senators? What are we doing to try to help influence that process to receive better clarification?
So we're working through multiple different
all of the above.
Yes, it really is. It's all the above through different organizations, Conference of Mayors, NLC, Government Finance Officers Association, International City Managers Association. So all those organizations are working together, working with our lobbyists. The mayor had a conference call with Senator Langford last week, and he's reaching out and really helping to represent us in this. So yeah, we're trying on all fronts to get the message out.
I would also note that if we recall during our last council meeting, the resolution we passed added our voice to this conversation, not just asking for a subsequent federal package to deal with the idea of having revenues for municipalities hit by this virus, but also the revisiting of previous CARES Act, for instance, to loosen these restrictions. And municipal council and I were very explicit in how we wrote that in there, because this is critical. This is just critical. We've been financially responsible as a city. This virus is our current enemy, and we're the United States. We are united in this, and we should be united in this effort to make our cities, especially the fiscally responsible and whole in this moment. So I think we're taking all the chances we can to kind of get at this, including that resolution.
Yeah, and Councilman Stonecipher, we're working every angle we can, and it's certainly something we want to be aggressive about, and it could create a little fluidity to this budget proposal at some point if we're allowed to use, and we find clarity on using some of our CARES Act dollars for our revenue shortfall. And it may just be limited to certain types of items like public safety, but if we can get that clarity, we certainly, I think that is the city manager's intention to pursue use of those dollars, which we have. I know that can seem like, having that $114 million can feel like, why can't we use that? It's water everywhere, but not a drop to drink, but they, initially were very clear that we could not use it for the budget purposes we're discussing today. But that's starting to erode a little bit, and we're certainly, as soon as we get anything in writing that allows us to use even $1 from those CARES Act funds over here on the budget side, we will, and it would be most welcome. But today we have to prepare, obviously, as if we don't have that opportunity, because today we don't.
Thank you.
City manager, I'm not sure this is the appropriate time to raise this, because it does have to do with the budget. I'm wondering, or it might be the next meeting, I'm not sure, but when it comes to conversations surrounding community centers and where they fit into this particular budget, I'm wondering where we are with that and what steps we're going to take to make sure that our kiddos have access to facilities this summer and during the next fiscal year.
Right. So there are a couple of community centers that will be affected, and Doug Tupper will go through that next week, go through his full presentation. We had originally looked at multiple sites having to close, and what we tried to do was look at sites that had lower participation or possibly weren't even open previously for the activity with for walk-in activity. They were just programmed activity. And so we looked at a couple of those. One of those also is one that's planned for closure, has lower participation, has another site that's close by. We're going to be looking at options, and Doug will walk through that next week, but we're going to look at options of what we could do with transportation if needed. And I think it's something we would like to assess as we go forward. Right now, everything's been closed because of COVID. And so as we open back up, those that don't open back up, that we would look at opportunities that would be needed for possibly providing some transportation in some way, or looking at some creative way to provide that, to allow the kids to be able to have access to a facility. But right now, most of those will remain open.
Yeah, I know you and I have discussed this already, but I really think that what I like hearing you say right there is access and transportation, because if one of these facilities should shut its doors during this next fiscal year, I think connecting anyone who would attend that facility through, whether it's shuttle service and or embark, right, to a very nearby facility, I just think is just so critical for reasons.
We'll be prepared to speak to that at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And if I may, pertaining to that conversation with community centers, one of those that is proposed is in the ward that I serve. So I would really like information and numbers for the presentation that's going to be presented.
We will have that ready.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this budget item for Craig or Doug? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to item AQ. Councilwoman Nice, you wanted to speak to this?
Yes, I just wanted to make mention of the donation that was received for the two-shade sales structure for the Bricktown Canal Flag Plaza. So we want to thank the generous donor for that. It's from the Bricktown Business Association via the Downtown OKC Partnership for that purchase. So you will see that near East Reno Avenue in Santa Fe Railroad Station. And also an additional donation from Cartiga SDLC. I do not want to mess up that last name, and that's to purchase some site furnishings, including benches and picnic tables for the same area, Bricktown Canal Flag Plaza. So just wanted to make mention of some new structures and just a new overall site that you will see for that space. And again, we want to the generous donation for the extra space and beautification of these areas. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, and we can stay with you. I know you had brought up AT and AU. I think maybe just in case we were able to load the presentation, but apparently we are not.
Correct.
So I don't know if you wanted to say anything else about that, Councilwoman Knight.
Yes, I did receive a message that we weren't going to be able to show that. So I did ask if there's a possibility to receive that information and just post it to social media. So at least those who may be curious to know what those changes may be, that we can do that.
Mr. City Manager?
Yes, we will get that. We'll get that out.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes all the items that we had a presentation scheduled for under the consent docket or that a council member had pulled out. Is there anything else anybody else wishes to say about the consent docket? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to adopt it. Got a motion and a second. Go ahead and cast your vote. Passes unanimously. That brings us to the concurrence docket. There are no scheduled presentations. Is there any item any council member wishes to speak on? Hearing none, we'd entertain a motion for adoption of the concurrence docket.
Mayor Holt. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you. On the concurrence docket, I was just as surprised as anybody else to want to discuss an item from the concurrence docket, and yet here we are. Item C, I was wondering if someone from utilities could just sort of describe this project, especially as it relates to Ward 2. It's a water line replacement.
Yeah, Chris Browning should be on the line.
This is Chris Browning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Councilman, this is a water line replacement project. We generally do about $10 million a year in small line replacements throughout the city. And this is one of those projects. Now, there's a decrease of a significant amount, nearly $300,000, because the developer purchased a large portion of the area that we're going to replace the water lines in, and that developer will actually provide those enhancements to our city. So that's why you're seeing this item on there.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, thanks for that update. What is the timeline for this project?
We typically put these out about this time of the year, and it takes a few months for the contractor to actually get started, and then a project of this size, probably around 4 or 5 months to complete. So that's kind of what the timeline looks like.
Thank you.
And which ward did the developer purchase?
I'll need to get that information for you, Councilwoman, and I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to see that as well when you send it to Councilperson Nice, please.
Will do.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, if that concludes any comments on the concurrence docket, now I'd say we could take a motion for its adoption. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to item 9 on page 17 of your printed agenda. This is items requiring separate votes. And we will begin with planning cases. 9A, these are all ordinances on final hearing that were recommended for approval at the Planning Commission. 9A1 is at 1206 Exchange Avenue going from I2 to R4. And this was deferred from March 31st and April 28th. Councilwoman Hammond.
Thank you. Is Bert Belanger on the line? If I saw him earlier, just wanted him to speak to this if he's available, because it's a pretty big spot just south.
Bert, if you're there and you're having trouble being heard, *6 is often an option for unmuting yourself.
Give him 1 second, just in case. Okay, well, I'll just try to explain as best I can to my knowledge. So this is a pretty large area just southeast of the Farmers Market District. And Bert is part of a group that is wanting to rezone to allow some apartment building construction. So I know he's worked pretty diligently with planning staff to get all of the right hoops. So I will motion for approval. Oh, and I need to do that electronically.
All right, we've got a motion and a second on item 9A1. Go ahead and cast your votes as soon as you're able. Passes unanimously. 9A2 was deferred at the beginning of the meeting, which brings us to 9A3, which is at 1012 North Meridian Avenue, going from O2 to R2. Councilman McAtee.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Is the applicant present?
No one has signed up to speak on this item.
The Planning Commission had heard this and unanimously approved it. Is there any citizen who wishes to be heard on this item? Again, hearing none, I would move for approval.
All right, go ahead and do so electronically if you would. Got a motion and a second. Go ahead and cast your votes as soon as you're able. Motion passes unanimously. 9A4 is at 11328 East Wilshire Boulevard, going from R1 to AA. Councilwoman Knight.
Yes. Has anyone signed up to speak?
They have not.
Well, with this, I'll move for approval, and I will emphasize the only reason I am asking that we approve this is because there are 0 protests for this development. So I will put that on here. Thank you.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Go ahead and cast your votes. Motion passes unanimously. 9A5 is at 7201 Northwest 150th Street, going from AA to PUD 1753. This was deferred from May 12th. Councilman Stonecipher.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. After having some conversations with the representative of the applicant, we are going to defer this again, the next meeting.
All right. So Councilman Stonecipher would like to make a motion to defer this to the next meeting. And we have got that coming up here. Still just seeing waiting on my screen. Okay, there we go. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes on the deferral motion. Passes unanimously. All right, 9A6 11545 Southwest 44th, going from R1 to PUD 1754. And Councilman McAtee, we do not have anyone who has signed up to speak.
Thank you, Your Honor. This was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission. Since no one is here to protest or ask questions, if it's okay with the applicant, I move for approval.
I bet it is. Motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you're able. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Item 9A7 was previously deferred at the beginning of the meeting, which brings us to 9A8, which is at 7600 Southwest 15th Street, going from R1, I2, and PUD 1542 to PUD 1759. Councilman McAtee, there is an attorney on the line for the applicant.
Okay, this was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission. Let's have the applicant attorney speak if he would like to.
Sure.
All right, Keith Gibson, are you on the line?
Well, I'm at David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Keith is on the other side of my wall. I'm gonna take it. So this is an expansion of the Waste Connection landfill that has been there for quite some time. A lot of effort was undertaken through Councilman McAtee's tenure as a council person to make sure that in the aftermath of this landfill, there's a trust set up with a significant amount of money to help with the trail systems. It is important to note that my client has a very good ongoing relationship with the airports. They have kept Mr. Cranenberg updated on what is happening here. So when we moved through this, we only did so after we had approval from the FAA, and therefore no protest was received from the airport. So in addition, all of the other large stakeholders in this area and landowners in this area were apprised of the project and what we were doing well in advance of filing the application. And so no protest was ever received. As Councilman McAtee noted, this was approved unanimously by Planning Commission. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions, either from the council or a citizen?
I'm sorry, what was that, Councilman McAtee?
Is there anyone who wishes to speak after hearing?
No, there's no one else. Sorry. I'm sorry. You were making a call. Feel free. Sorry.
That being said, one thing that I would like to pass, when this was first approved as a expansion years ago, there was considerable turmoil from neighbors and businesses in the area. One of the things that the applicant did was agree to put money into a endowment fund that at the time that the waste dump would no longer be used for waste, it would be available for something like a low impact park. And Mr. Box alluded to the fact that there was a considerable amount of money that had already been collected over the years. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, David, that amount of money exceeds $1 million. Is that correct?
That's correct. At this point, the amount is $1,178,698.40.
So this is an example of how you can solve a problem. My hat's off to the applicant, to the neighbors, to the businesses. Again, there was great consternation when this was first approved years ago. There was, where are we going to put another waste site? And we just expanded this, and it's been expanded and operated well ever since. So seeing no opposition, I move for approval.
Okay, we are moving this item, 9A8. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as it comes up. Councilman Cooper, are you there on my screen? It's not showing you voting for some reason. There we go. All right, motion passes unanimously. 9A9 is at 3317 Southwest 74th Street, going from C3 to PUD 1761. We are still with you, Councilman McAtee. No one has signed up to speak on this item.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a housekeeping item. This area has been developed years ago. The zoning has never been matched the way it should be. And so this is a cleanup of an administrative match, if you would. With nobody objecting, if there's still nobody there to object or ask a question, I move for approval.
We've got a motion and a second. Cast your vote. Councilman, there we go. All right, passes unanimously. 9A10 is at 3334 and 3336 North Lindsay, going from R1 to SPUD 1189. And Councilwoman Knight, no one has signed up to speak.
Okay, thank you. For the most part, there's an event venue already in this space. So I believe this is to permit more parking for the most part, and probably clean up this R1 to SPUD as you see. So if you've been to the credit union house, you know they probably need this parking. So with that, if there's no, you said no one signed to speak, so I will ask that we go ahead and move it as soon as the screen pops up.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your vote. Passes unanimously. 9A11 is at 8505 North Air Depot Boulevard, going from AA to SPUD 1195. This was deferred from April 28th and May 12th. No one has signed up to speak. Councilwoman Knight.
All right, with that, I have no protesters with this request, so I will ask that we move for approval when the screen goes.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Okay, this brings us to item 9A12 at 1138 North Blackwelder, going from R2 to SPUD 1198. And no one has signed up to speak. Councilwoman Hammond.
Yeah, this is a pretty simple change to just allow 2 single-family dwellings. So they went through the SPUD process, and I will motion for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you're able. Passes unanimously. Okay, 9A13 is at 8815 Northwestern, going from SPUD 692 to SPUD 1204, and no one has signed up to speak. Councilman Cooper.
Yes, I had requested that the applicant reach out to me this weekend, but I don't have any voicemails on my phone. So I know it went through planning. There were no objections to it. But I would like to hear from this individual. And the only reason why is, Western from Wilshire to 122nd is, there's a lot of people who are taking a chance on that area. There's the Britain district that's, undergoing some revitalization. And I just would like to hear a little bit more from the applicant about why exactly selling cars there is what we want to do. So I'd like to hear from him just as a courtesy, I guess, to hear a little bit more about how this fits into the overall revitalization effort up there. I think I'd like to defer this then for a couple weeks until I have a chance to chat with this individual.
Okay. So Councilman Cooper would like to make a motion to defer this item 9A13 till the next meeting, 2 weeks from today. Got a motion and a second, so cast your votes on the deferral as soon as you get the chance. Motion passes unanimously. Item is deferred. That brings us to 9A14 at 11600 North I-35 Service Road, going from AA and I-1 to SPUD 1207. And no one has signed up to speak. Councilwoman Hammond. I'm sorry, nice.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, okay, maybe that was the one that was deferred, so.
And I was thinking, okay, well, maybe that's not me. With this, you said no one has signed up to speak, so I will ask that we move for approval when the screen shows.
All right, a motion and a second on this item, so cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9A15 is at 8009 Melrose Lane, going from C3 to SPUD 1208. No one has signed up to speak. Councilman Greiner.
I need to talk to the applicant about this. I called him yesterday. Obviously it was Memorial Day. Didn't get an answer. So is the applicant present?
He's not signed up to speak, but if he speaks up now, he is more than welcome to. Applicant for this item, SPUD 1208, if you push *6, you would unmute yourself if you were on the line.
I hate deferring stuff, but this is kind of an interesting part of the city where it transitions from residential area into a almost exclusively industrial and commercial. And there's been some complaints in this area already in the past about dust from the concrete plant and things like that. So I'm going to need to talk to the applicant. So if he's not here, then let's defer this for 2 weeks.
Okay. Councilman Griner wishes to make a motion to defer this item 9A15, 2 weeks to our next council meeting. And we are waiting for that to load. He has made the motion and there is a second. And just cast your votes as soon as you have the chance. All right, motion passes unanimously. The item is deferred. 9A16 at 1123 North May Avenue, going from 02 to SPUD 1209. No one has signed up to speak. Councilwoman Hammond.
So this is just rezoning to permit commercial and retail sales at this location. And there were no protests and it was approved by planning. So I will motion for approval. There we go.
All right, got a motion and a second. Cast your vote as soon as you're able. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, item 9B, which is 1170. That item was deferred at the beginning of the meeting, which completes our planning cases. We cannot say that the pandemic has slowed down planning cases. That was prolific. All right, we are now moving on to 9C, 1 and 2. This item had a presentation previously. But now we have a public hearing and potential adoption by resolution of this item. So let me read 9C1, since this is a public hearing regarding the Capitol Hill Business Improvement District commercial frontage on and adjacent to Southwest 25th from Walker to Shields, generally extending north to Southwest 23rd and south to Southwest 27th. No one has signed up to speak, but let me pause for a moment and allow someone to speak up if they are here to comment in this public hearing. And I would remind you, *6 is one method to unmute yourself. Hearing no one, I will move to 9C2. This is a resolution adopting and confirming an assessment role, a year 2020 through 2021 for the Capitol Hill Business Improvement District, City of Oklahoma City Improvement and Special Services Assessment District number 12, etc. Would anyone like to comment on this item or make a motion?
Mayor, I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution.
All right, Councilman Stone will do so. It is seconded. And please cast your vote. (9C2) passes unanimously. This brings us to 9D. This is an ordinance adopting and setting the assessment roll year 2020 through 2021 for Capitol Hill Improvement District, Capitol Hill Business Improvement District, etc. Obviously related to the previous item as well. So perhaps we want to go ahead and make a motion, Councilman Stone, for this ordinance. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Brings us to 9E. This is a public hearing. This is the second of 3 meetings regarding this potential ordinance change relating to claims and payroll posting. We heard a presentation at the last meeting. Our next meeting would be potential final consideration of the ordinance change. Today is merely a public hearing. No one has signed up to speak, but I will pause for a moment and invite anyone who wishes to speak under this public hearing for item 9E. To do so now and again, *6 would be a good method to unmute yourself. Hearing no one, we will conclude that public hearing and move on to 9F. This is an ordinance to be introduced, set for public hearing June 9th, final hearing June 16th, relating to administration, amending Chapter 2, Section 2-30 of Article 2 of Division 1, regular meeting of council, etc. Being the first meeting, we will have a short presentation, correct?
Yeah, so this is the ordinance that sets the every other week council meeting agenda or the schedule. And what it does is every other week council meetings, with the exception of May and June, where we have meetings every week, because in the off weeks, we have typically have budget presentations and review the budget on those dates. So May and June would be every week. Every other month is every other week. Previously, the ordinance set forward that we would have to have a council meeting the first week in July, first week of our fiscal year, which is really important to us from a contractual standpoint when we get items approved. But it also required that we meet the first week in January. As we've gone back and reviewed that, having that additional starting point has created some issues this year, especially with our agenda, where we've had a couple of times where we had back-to-back meetings where we skipped a meeting. And so we wanted to remove just the requirement for January, the first week in January, and only require that the agenda schedule starts the first week in July. And so that's the change that's proposed here.
Okay. Any questions for Craig? Hearing none, we could take a motion to introduce the ordinance for consideration. We've got that. Motion and a second. Cast your vote. This is merely introducing the ordinance, and it will be heard again at our next two meetings. Motion passes unanimously. Okay. 9G, this is an ordinance to be introduced, set for public hearing June 9th and final hearing June 16th, relating to animals and general schedule of fees, etc. Again, first of three meetings here, and I guess there is probably a presentation. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, John Gary, our superintendent with animal welfare, is going to make a quick presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Really, there's two really just major changes to this, and currently, whenever we have animals that particularly with dangerous and menacing cases, they come into the shelter, and if the owner fails to appear for that court case, the animal just has to sit here indefinitely until the owner. Typically, there's a warrant put out for the owner. And then we're just waiting for that person to be picked up so that we can have this case. And in the meantime, the animal languishes in the shelter and just sits here. Currently, we have 7 dogs in our care that have been with us for 6 months or longer because the owner failed to show up for court. Also, the owner is not contacting us to get the animal back in any way. Our current ordinance does allow for abandonment after 5 days if an owner fails to appear. The only reason why we haven't been able to do that up to this point is because currently the way the ordinance reads, the owner would have to have personal service, and the court does not do that. So really we're amending the ordinance to where we send a notification to the owner's last known address through the mail. And then if they fail to appear, then the 5-day abandonment will go into effect. And so then after 5 days, it would be considered abandoned, and then we can make disposition on the animal, rather than the animal just sitting in the shelter for months on end. In all of these cases, what we've found is typically we don't hear from the owner, and so it's just languishing. We have some that have been here, like I said, right now, as long as 8 months, waiting to see if the owner is picked up through a warrant process or that way. So really, that's what the amendment's about. And then the second change that we're making is whenever we amended our dangerous animal ordinance a few years ago, we set the registration fee at $12. We recently found out that the state law only allows us to do it for $10. So we have to reduce our fee by $2 to meet that state statute. But that is
Thank you,
really
John.
the two biggest changes to that ordinance that we're making.
Okay.
And so,
Well, we today would just be introducing this item for consideration, and we can do that with the motion.
I've got a question about
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
What all does disposition mean? What all falls under that category?
So disposition just basically means make the final determination on what's going to happen with the animal. So these are dangerous and menacing cases that we're referring to. It could be adoption, it could be euthanasia, it could be transfer to our partners. So it'd be one of those three things would happen to it. With them being dangerous and menacing, honestly, a lot of times that means euthanasia because of the temperament of the animal.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for introducing the item for consideration. So as soon as the vote comes up, go ahead and vote. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, that brings us to 9H. This is an ordinance to be introduced, set for public hearing on June 9th and final hearing on June 16th, relating to general schedule of fees, et cetera, relating ultimately to certificates of appropriateness and historic preservation and historic landmark districts, et cetera. I'll turn over to the city manager for a less legalistic explanation.
Yeah, so Jeff Butler's on the line. This is an adjustment in our district, or proposed adjustment to our fees for design districts, and Jeff Butler, our planning director, is on the line to explain this item.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. This is an adjustment to our historic preservation and design district fees, and this was brought about for a couple of reasons. With our budget reductions, we typically like to revisit look at our fees, and in this case, it's been quite a while since the fees were increased for either HP or design districts. HP was 2007, the last time those were adjusted. Design districts, 2010, when they were originally set up. And what we've done is we've looked at, in the context of these budget reductions and also catching up to inflation, and we also look at the appropriate level that fees should be related to the cost burden for the applicants, and also the appropriate level of subsidy that the city contributes. And so we have, right now, it's pretty simple for the historic preservation districts. We have an admin fee that's $100, and basically that's for administrative review. It doesn't have to go to HP Commission. And what we're proposing is that we break that out. Oh, let me go back. So there's the administrative fee, and there's also anything that goes to commission is all the same fee right now. What we're proposing is that we go to a more to a detailed fee structure to break those out. So administrative review, where it does not go to commission, would actually go down a little bit. We're trying to reflect the amount of effort, time, staff time spent. And so that actually would go down from 100 to 75. Where a project has to go to the Historic Preservation Commission, but there's no new construction, we would propose that go from 100 to 150. We feel like that reflects the level of effort and time involved, which is what, of course, the fee is paying for. And then where the larger projects that take the most staff time, the most effort, we would propose that go to 200. Those take substantial amount of time with reviewing brand new construction, and there's just a lot of details to review. And then with the design districts, right now there are just two fees. One is for, again, administrative review, and those fees are 100, and those are relatively small projects that require less review, don't need to go to the commissions or the boards. And then finally, there's a commission review, and that's a $500 fee currently. So the proposal for the administrative review for all of our design districts, except HP, would go from 100 to 200, and where we go to any of the boards, and that's for a project that's quite large, 20,000 square feet or above. Those would go to commission review, and the cost there would be $750. So going up from 500 to 750, and those are large projects. This is a very small portion of their design, construction, soft costs. So that's kind of the overview. What our intent is between now and when this is scheduled on the 16th for final approval, to go to the various boards and bodies and have them review these fees. So over the next couple of weeks, we'll be doing that and getting any input they might have. And I think I just wanted to mention briefly, I did mention that it's important that we look at this in the context of how much subsidy the city is providing. For example, the city collects a lot of different fees for a lot of different things, some of which we try and collect 100% cost recovery for. For example, building permit fees. They're designed to cover all of the costs of staffing and so forth. These fees are heavily subsidized for some policy reasons. So we're going from about 15% cost recovery to 25% or 24%. So we're still heavily subsidizing these fees, and that's just due to the importance of and the citywide benefit of preserving our history, our historic buildings, and also the downtown where these design districts are concentrated is, of course, highly visible and used by almost everyone in the city. And so that's kind of the reason for the subsidy of these fees. And I just wanted to give a brief overview of how those fees are different and what the context is there. And with that, I think that covers everything I was going to, and I'll be happy to ask or answer any questions.
But you can't.
Okay, any questions, comments? Otherwise, we could take a motion for introduction. We've got a motion and a second. Go ahead and cast your vote as soon as you're able.
We have 300 right now, or 200, but you can change it, make it bigger.
All right, motion passes unanimously. That'll be set for public hearing on June 9th, final hearing on June 16th. Okay, now we are at item 9I1. This is the public hearing for the dilapidated structures here listed, except for the one struck at the beginning of the meeting. No one has signed up to speak, but I'll pause for a moment. If anyone is on the line that would like to speak to any of these items under 9I1, push *6 to unmute yourself. Hearing no one, we can move to 9I2. That is the resolution declaring the structures are dilapidated. If someone on the council would like to make a motion. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9J1 is a public hearing regarding the dilapidated structure here listed in the HP Landmark District. This is at 833 Northwest 42nd. No one has signed up to speak. I'll pause for a moment in case they would like to speak now under this public hearing. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion for 9J2, the resolution declaring that the structure is dilapidated. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, 9K1, public hearing regarding unsecured structures here listed, except for those struck at the beginning of the meeting. Again, no one has signed up to speak, but I will pause for a moment. If anyone wishes to speak under this public hearing, please push *6 to unmute yourself. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution found at 9K2 declaring that the structures are unsecured. We've got a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Motion passes unanimously. Brings us to 9L1. This is a public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed, except for one stricken at the beginning of the meeting. No one has signed up to speak, but I will pause for a moment in case there is someone on the line who wishes to speak under this public hearing. If so, please push *6 to unmute yourself. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution found at 9L2 declaring that the buildings are abandoned. Got a motion and a second. Go ahead and cast your vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Hey, Mayor.
Hello?
It's James. Hi.
Hey, go ahead.
Something I said to council staff when I met with them on Friday regarding item H. Sorry, I was just going back to that briefly. I had requested that those involved at the city level speak to the historic preservation neighborhoods in Ward 2, Ward 6 as well. I just think that they need to be involved in this discussion. They need to know what's coming. And I requested that in private, hoping that it would go on in public. And just in case I need to say that here in this setting, I'm doing so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this brings us to 9M1 and 2. This is our potential allocation of tax incentives approved by the voters in 2017 for purposes of job growth and revenue growth here in the city. And obviously, we are hopefully all well aware now of this very exciting opportunity and partnership with Costco for over 1,000 new high-paying jobs here in the city. We have two items here. One is the public hearing. No one has signed up to speak, but as before, I will pause for a moment to allow any member of the public on the line to speak if they wish by pushing *6 to unmute yourself. That is item 9M1, the public hearing regarding joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust approving an allocation for economic development incentives with Costco Wholesale Corporation. Now, I will pause for a moment. Hearing none, let's move on to 9M2. This is the joint resolution itself with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust approving said allocation of $3 million for this Costco deal. Are there any council members who have any questions or comments?
Yes, I have a few things I would like to say about this, if I may.
Of course, go ahead, Councilman Cooper.
Thank you. So, first and foremost, I am hyper aware of the fact that we're nearing 40 million jobs lost in our economy right now. So I do welcome the news that a company would want to invest in our community and create jobs. I feel it's important, however, for me as a Ward 2 council person to address some specific reasons why I am in favor of these incentives for particularly Costco. I'm aware that my predecessor was not in favor of incentives for larger corporations, and I would like to say that for the most part, I agree. I tend to consider that approach kind of corporate welfare. However, I also believe in corporate social responsibility, and I think that any company that demonstrates that level of commitment to their cities, to communities, and to workers is very important. In fact, I'm really borrowing from the CEO of BlackRock, who's one of the lead, financial movers in the country. He wrote a letter, many of you might be aware who follow economics, but he wrote a letter recently to the corporate community telling them that it was time to, I just want to quote here, this is from Forbes, that it was time that we move away from a, quote, preoccupation with short-term reactive measures to drive quarterly profits. I think the reason why philosophically I tend to be against incentives for large corporations is because too many of those large corporations focus on the opposite of what BlackRock CEO Larry Fink just described. I think too many corporations are focused on short-term profits. They're focused on quarterly profits, and too often that's at the expense of workers in terms of their wages, their benefits. It's too often at the expense of the environment. And so very often it's very difficult for me as a taxpayer to support that approach to incentivizing businesses in an economy. And again, don't take my word for it. This is the CEO of BlackRock also saying this. This was a letter sent to all the world's major CEOs in, I believe, 2017, and he keeps doubling down on it. And that's why I've also been encouraged that some of those CEOs are actually taking him to heart. And there was a more recent letter where many of them signed on to a statement where they said that it was important that corporations, quote, and there are 5 key things here: provide fair wages, important benefits, support their communities, and protect their environment. Those were 4 of those 5. And I think that's so important that we start looking at companies like that. I can tell you I would have a hard time had I been on this council supporting Amazon, quite frankly, for those reasons. So I just think it's very important that I say that as the Ward 2 council person. I don't think all big corporations are inherently terrible. Some of them do the right things by their workers, and some of them do the right things by their communities. And I think too often that is not the case. And I really do not like the approach across the entire United States of often rewarding bad behavior. Henry Ford, we all know, paid his workers good wages specifically because he agreed with my philosophy, or I guess rather I agreed with his, which is you pay your workers well, because if your workers are doing well, then they can take care of themselves. They can afford to buy their groceries. They're not living paycheck to paycheck in anxiety, in uncertainty. And he understood that investing in his workers meant investing in his community, which by extension meant strengthening his business. And I wish more people took the approach that Henry Ford took whenever they take the reins as CEO of their companies. But that's not the era that we live in. So that's just very important to me. So that's why I need to take the time to point out that Costco is the example of the sort of business I am talking about. A business that believes in corporate social responsibility. They seem to be following the Henry Ford model. Very specifically, we see that way before any government intervened at the local or state level, what was Costco doing? They were raising their minimum wage once upon a time to $10.10, then to $11.50, and then to $15. And we're talking people who are moving carts. Those are the sort of workers who are making these sorts of wages. I think that's a move in the right direction, and it has not hurt their bottom line. I think we have set up in this country a false argument between investing in workers and whether or not that means a strong bottom line for a company. And Costco has proven that this social corporate responsibility, that model actually benefits the corporation, benefits the people, benefits the community. And again, it's for that reason that it's easier for me to support a Costco over some of these more retrograde corporations. So I think it's very important to note what Costco has done. In the middle of COVID, they have joined with the majority of American people and said, we think you should wear a mask. We think you should wear a mask to come into our store, and got all kinds of backlash for this, just all kinds of threats for putting public safety and people over profits. They understood that forward model. And I just think that's incredible. It's incredibly important for us to articulate from this council that any incentives, at least for me at Ward 2, the only way I'm ever going to support incentives for jobs is if I believe that those are good paying jobs and that it's a company that actually does believe in corporate responsibility and people in their communities. And Costco represents that, I think, whether it's protecting people right now with public safety or it's been with their wages. At last count, 88% of their people through Costco have access to healthcare benefits. I think that's important to note. Their CEO has structured his own pay in a way that he's lessened the income inequality between himself and his employees. That's a step in the right direction. He understands that he does well when his workers do well, when his communities do well. And so I just think it's very important that we at the council level, at least me, that I articulate what my kind of philosophy is here when it comes to supporting these incentives. Even with the record job losses right now, I don't think it behooves us to invest in jobs and incentives, for instance, for minimum wage jobs. We know people have to work 2 of those jobs to not even get by, barely get by. So I would never support something like that. Costco's not that. The other reasons why I'm in favor of this particular proposal is I am excited about the conversations of connecting people through transit to this particular facility. In fact, I know they have not made public their final selection for where they're going to go, but I would want to make sure, and I would be very upset if we were to move away from that initial location and put this on a place that wasn't on a transit route. That would be very, very worrying to me, especially because these jobs that are paying upwards of $50,000, $60,000 a year tend to be jobs we asked from the last council that do not require a college degree. And it could be an opportunity for people to move from the service industry when it comes to restaurants, bars, et cetera, places I love, of course, but it could be an opportunity for them to move into these sort of office jobs without that college career path. But we know that a lot of those folk often don't have transportation. So I think that reliable public transportation component is just critical here. It is critical. Finally, but I think very importantly, I'm kind of another philosophy here, which is a yes and. Yes, if we're going to invest in this larger company, even with its more progressive values, its sense of corporate social responsibility, I think that's all well and good. But as we do this, I think we need to start considering some of the philosophies that are floating around out there, specifically one that calls for economic gardening, which notes as our small business, actually citing from JP Morgan Chase here, small businesses are the anchor of the US economy. And I think the model of very often providing incentives to those larger companies and believing that hey, they're going to bring in the big jobs, let's go there, I think is a bit misguided, especially when we look at the fact that 48% of all US employees, and again, I'm quoting from JP Morgan Chase now, 48% of all US employees work for small businesses. And the other thing I would note there is that small businesses accounted for 45% of our gross domestic product in 2010. I would also note that small businesses account for over half of net job creation. That was in 2014. 18% of US employees work for businesses with fewer than 20 employees. These are all very important statistics. And I think we now need to start learning some lessons. And if Ms. O'Connor is on the line, I'd like to hear her kind of speak to some of this too. But I think we've got to learn some lessons from COVID with our continuity program, which is part of our continuity program, we recall, allowed for us to fund technical assistance for our small businesses. And I've spoken to so many in our small business community who tell me that, you know, they have a passion, they have this thing that they know really, really well, whether it's bakeries, whether it's bars, whatever it is. But often the HR and administrative side is not what they know. And this could be an opportunity for us to start tapping into the 2017 economic development funds to help our small businesses address some of those things and take that off their plate so that they can focus on the services that they're providing. And I would really like for us to look at post-COVID, should we get there, looking at a model where we start investing in existing local businesses in our city, investing in ways to help take some of the things off their plates that are keeping them from being even more successful. Denver has done this recently in Colorado, where they have looked at ways to invest in jobs that are already in their local economy and strengthening them, and not minimum wage jobs either. So I just think it's really important that we break from this whole philosophy that just says, let's give to big businesses no matter how they treat their workers. I just don't think that makes any ethical sense. And I also think we, should continue to move away from this model of investing in businesses that are paying these low wage jobs that are not even living wages, not even close to, survival wages. And I think we should really start thinking about what small business incentives could look like, drawing on the lessons we've learned from COVID here. I know that was a lot that I just said, but I just think it's very important that we start articulating to our people that this is going to be a yes and. Yes, we can invest in businesses like Costco, and we can invest in our small businesses as well. I think if we do that, our people will be even more supportive of these incentives through economic development. Is Kathy on the line? I was wondering if I might ask her a little bit more about the small business portion of this.
I am on the meeting. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, so, through the small business continuity program, we've received, about 600 applications from a variety of types of small businesses. And I think first of all, we've learned a lot about how these small businesses are structured and funded and how they operate. But I really do think that it's given us an opportunity to think about incentives for small businesses going forward and what those kinds of programs might look like. And part of it might be, figuring out a way to fund some additional technical assistance for small businesses, presenting to City Council some policy alternatives for different kinds of small business programs. I want to point out that the allocation to Costco is a perfect fit for our existing strategic investment program policy that focuses on primary job creation with salaries that are at or above the average wage in Oklahoma City. And so to look at small businesses, we may have to get away from just focusing on primary jobs and figuring out how our policies can best fit those different situations that small businesses have in Oklahoma City. So You know, I would say through the small business continuity program, the majority of the applications we've seen are probably what you would call secondary jobs. So retail, restaurants, hospitality, but there are quite a few service industries, tech companies, other things that that have applied and that we've been able to help out. So, and we'll talk more about that later in the meeting, but yeah.
May I ask, I feel like you'll have a much stronger sense of this than I do. What sorts of things you've been hearing during this continuity discussion? Like what sort of assistance are our small businesses asking for?
Yeah, and you know, most of them, you know, asked for the low interest or forgivable loans. So, you know, we learned that. And now granted, you could apply for a larger amount of money through those, and many of them did need additional funds or had more employees than the incentive payment part of the program allowed for. So I think there's some different configurations as we go forward that we might want to look at. I do think the low interest or forgivable loan options are a really good alternative for small businesses.
And did they articulate to you what sort of, like when it comes to technical assistance, like what those sort of struggles have been for them even outside of COVID?
Yeah, I think, you know, for some of them, well, for a lot of them right now, the struggle has been developing a stronger online presence so they could, you know, convert their business to online sales. But for the others, it's just, you know, accounting, legal, even marketing kinds of help to help get the word out about their business. So it's been a really wide variety of things that we've seen.
I've spoken to you in private about this, and now I'm public, and I really, you know, sign me up as you and I believe Jeff Seymour and people at the chamber as we move toward these discussions. And again, your brains are a bit smarter than mine when it comes to the economic side of things, but as someone who advocates for workers and the community, just really sign me up for any way I can be of any help as we move through COVID afterwards to deal with the small business stuff. I would love to be a part of that.
Absolutely.
And then finally, when it comes to, well, two finalies, I recognize that in an email you sent, or I believe it was you, that Costco has, when it comes to hiring folk with justice-informed backgrounds, could you kind of talk about what you learned from what their hiring process tends to be like?
Yeah, let me find the email really quick so I don't misspeak.
Yeah, same.
Well, I think, you know, what we learned from Costco was that they, let me see if this is it. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Wasn't, well, I'm not finding it quickly enough. I'm sorry.
I have some of it here.
Yeah,
feel free to add. I can read a little bit from this.
Here it is. I've got it now. I'm sorry. It just took me a minute to figure out where it went. So what we learned from Costco is that they don't discriminate or eliminate candidates with prior criminal records. Mr. Stratus responded that the warehouse stores comply with local laws. He also stated that they're careful in who they hire based on the fact that they sell wine, beer, spirits, pharmaceuticals. Corporate Costco provided some additional information about the kinds of background checks they do. They do a Social Security background chase to get address history for 7 years. They do a county criminal search based on that and a sex offender registry search. If an applicant's background is flagged because there are convictions or they are on the sex offender registry, they don't automatically deny them employment. Under several state laws, as well as EEOC requirements, there are limitations on how employers can use information they obtain through a background check. most important is the company cannot have a blanket policy indicating they won't hire individuals convicted of felonies or individuals appearing on the sex offender registry. So they look at several different factors as they go through these things: how long the conviction was, how long ago the conviction was, the nature and gravity of the offense, the age of the applicant at the time of the conviction, et cetera. So all this says that Costco conducts individualized assessments and looks at the background of each applicant on a case-by-case basis. So.
And I really appreciate you walking us through that. And I appreciate that that's the approach they're taking. Is it something where at some point our economic development work through the GEO bond where we could do anything with like the banding of the box or anything like that at our level?
I would believe that would be a council policy that I think I'd have to have a lot more discussions with the city attorney's office before I commented on that.
Yeah, going forward, I would very much like to hear a little bit more about that. I'm very intrigued by that notion. And then in terms of the transit access, let's say that the maybe where they were thinking to go doesn't work. Is there any way that we can kind of make sure that transit is kind of one of the priorities wherever they end up?
We've already had that discussion with them, and on any of these job creation projects where there's a large number of employees involved, we always talk to Embark and try to see what we can do to address the transit situation. So I think the location that they've at least initially looked at is very close to a transit line, and I think it's going to work out.
And thank you. And I'll just conclude by saying, just again, to anyone from Ward 2 who's listening to this discussion, I would just say that for me, my focus is always going to be on quality jobs. It will always be on quality jobs. I believe that, you should have dignity with your work, and we should value the work people do. And so I think Costco mostly aligns with that. And so that's why I'm able to support this in this particular. Really appreciate you, Kathy, walking us through those questions that I had. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on this item, council?
Yeah, Mayor, if I could briefly, I just want to again thank Mike Stratus for his presentation at our last council meeting. He did a great job at telling us about Costco. But what I want to tell our listeners today is this program, this project, calls for Costco to employ 1,044 people with an average wage of $60,000 within 3 years. It also requires that 500 be hired in the first year. And so I want to thank Costco for being a leader in wage and benefits, including their medical, dental, and pharmacy programs. And I want to especially thank them for selecting Oklahoma City. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions from council on this item, 9M2? Okay, hearing none, we'll take a motion. We've got a motion and a second coming. There it is. Cast your votes as soon as you are able. Motion passes 8-1. And I'll just say in conclusion, this isn't the only aspect of this deal, and this is not necessarily final, but it's a major one and a very exciting development for the people of Oklahoma City, especially at the time of a pandemic. So to have this potential for 1,000 new high-quality jobs, and I'm very pleased that we were able to do our part, and I hope that we can truly finalize this very soon. All right, moving on to 9N1 and 2. We'll start with the public hearing. No one has signed up to speak, but I will do my usual practice of pausing for a few moments to allow someone on the line to speak if they wish to under the item 9N1. This is a public hearing regarding joint resolution approving an allocation for the 700 West 4th residential project. Of course, this was presented on in detail at our last meeting. Today is just a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? If so, push *6 to unmute yourself. Hearing none, we'll proceed to item 9N2. This is a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust approving an allocation not to exceed $2,155,000 from the increment district number 2, et cetera. Again, we heard a fairly detailed presentation and had a lengthy discussion on this item at the last meeting, but are there any council members today who wish to say anything or ask any follow-up questions?
Yes, this is Councilwoman Hammond. I just want to make a few comments based on some of the questions I asked at the last meeting. You know, I think, and when I spoke with both staff and the developer about this, you know, I expressed that, you know, I'm supportive of gap funding, and I'm probably the last person on council who needs to be convinced that housing is, especially affordable housing, is difficult to develop. I think my concern, you know, both in the last that I asked in the last meeting regarding the parking structure, and then just that, you know, I do, you know, obviously we do need workforce housing. I'm in this category. I'm in this 80% of AMI. But my concern is that these workforce housing dollars through these GEO bonds don't actually get at the true need of truly affordable housing in our city, and particularly in an area that this is in, really close to transit, close to jobs. I have a hard time supporting both the allocation from the workforce housing funds as well as a TIF allocation without, in my perspective, getting more out of the development, specifically to meet our housing crisis as it relates to truly affordable housing. Especially because included in the development costs is probably about a $3 million, if not more, parking garage that is not dictated by the city. That is not something that we are asking the developer or mandating the developer to do. It's something that's dictated by getting funds from out-of-state investors who don't understand the immediate market. It's just a blanket essentially policy that I've learned that investors and loan makers have for developments, regardless of apparently where they are, how close they are to transit, et cetera. So I have a hard time with both the TIF allocation and the affordable housing dollars without really getting more, I think, out of the project. And I think, you know, 72 units, I think is great for this location, but just workforce, I don't think is enough. You know, I work with people every day. My colleagues work and sit on the phone for hours every week trying to find places for their clients to live that are mixed income, close to transit, school districts, et cetera, close to healthcare. And unfortunately, I think when we think about housing development, the fact that people from out of state are set to make money, you know, they're investing their money and they want to make a return, then prohibits us creatively thinking about how to make those units and those developments more mixed income across the spectrum, so that we would have a handful of units for people who are at that, you know, lowest end of the income spectrum that need to use a voucher, and too often right now are relegated to substandard or barely standard housing as it relates to, they get, you know, the check mark from an inspector with their housing choice voucher, but really it's not a good landlord. Too often that poverty is concentrated so that people don't want to build grocery stores, or it's not accessible by transit. And so I just, especially the piece about us being able to get more, I think, out of this development just makes it really hard for me to support it. So I just wanted to voice my reasons why I don't, you know, I think when we think about affordable housing development, I recognize that it's a really difficult funding puzzle very often, but I think that's partially, and I'll just harken back to my advocacy for more dollars in the affordable housing portion of MAPS 4. And this is exactly the reason why, is because these dollars only get us so many units because it's such a difficult funding puzzle because of the way that we've set up housing as a commodity in our country, and something that people are looking to make money off of an investment in, rather than it being a solution to the fact that a mile away from this site, I have people living outside. The fact that when I walked to get a coffee this morning, I saw a woman sleeping in front of a luxury condo development. And I recognize, again, I don't think that that was the problem that these funds were set up to solve, but unfortunately, I think we could do more with that funding in making these developments more across the spectrum of incomes. And so I just wanted to speak that piece before we vote. Thank you.
May I ask?
Thank you.
May I ask a question on this? I only over the weekend learned about a parking garage going along with this. That's $3 million. Councilwoman or Kathy, can someone explain to me a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, I'll be glad. Yes, the development proposal includes a parking garage to serve the residents of the project. So it includes about a 300 space parking garage, like many of the downtown housing projects do.
Yeah, I share many of Councilperson Hammond's concerns about this particular project. And I say that as somebody who, as a COPPA trustee, you know, advocated for and supported, you know, the Boulevard Place, which is a workforce development item, as we know. But yeah, I don't know. I share some of Councilperson Hammond's concerns. So I really appreciate her walking us through that. So.
Any other comments or questions regarding 9N2? Okay, hearing none, would entertain a motion. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you're able. Motion carries 7-2. All right, moving on to item 9O. This is a resolution approving the allocation of coronavirus relief funding categories. So this is kind of a broad allocation at this stage, but we certainly want to continue to make progress. We referenced these CARES Act dollars earlier in the meeting, but the city received approximately $114 million by virtue of being a governmental body over 500,000. Top 25 city, if you haven't heard. The allocations here are for approximately $59 million for city response expenditures, $30 million for testing and tracing expenditures, $25 million for community support expenditures. There's also included in here an explicit authorization of $5 million to the Small Business Continuity Fund, also previously discussed in this meeting. That's just a broad overview here from the item on the agenda. I'll now turn it over to the city manager and his team to provide a little bit more detail.
Thank you, Mayor. Kenny Soodle is one of our assistant city managers, is leading the CARES team that has been reviewing the guidance from Treasury as well as the actual CARES Act and how we can use these funds, what possibilities we have, came forward with this plan to introduce to the council as a resolution that gives us just guidance on how we would allocate these funds. I'm going to let Kenny walk us through this and then kind of what our next steps will be. Kenny?
Yeah, good morning, Mayor and Council. Kenny Soodle, Assistant City Manager. Just want to give a little bit of background to start off with on the CARES Act. You know, something I think for the public that they may not realize all the different things that are in there. But, you know, it was a $2 trillion plus relief package that was signed into law on March 27th. Within that, there are various funding sources, the payments to individuals that many people are familiar with, the Small Business Payroll Protection Program, and there were additional appropriations to various existing programs such as CDBG, transit, airports, et cetera. But the one we're talking about today was a very specific portion of that law that's called the Coronavirus Relief Fund for state, local, and tribal governments. So it was based on a formula. The state of Oklahoma was under the formula was to receive about $1.5 billion. But as the mayor referenced, if you were a city or county over 500,000 residents, then you were eligible to get a portion of those dollars directly. So Oklahoma City received 114 million, Tulsa County received 113 million, Oklahoma County received 47 million, and then the balance, which is about 1.25 billion, went to the state of Oklahoma. The law basically lays out three requirements for the expenditure of these funds. The first one is that the expenditures must be necessary due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Two, the expenditures have to be something that's not accounted for in your budget that was adopted as of March 27th, 2020. And then three, and this is a very important one, is the expenditures have to incur between March 1st, 2020 and December 30th, 2020. So there's a very short time frame to spend these funds. As the mayor mentioned, Treasury Department of the U.S. government is who's responsible for putting out the guidance, and they put out a guidance document and some frequently asked questions, and these are periodically updated, and we're hearing that they're continuing to be updated, and they're there to help governments know exactly what types of expenditures might fit within these categories. So again, if you think about it, we've got about 7 months from today's council meeting to spend these funds. So it's something that we've got a really short timeline on to get these programs set up and get them going. So based on the guidelines and the guidance that I mentioned earlier, staff's identified three broad categories that could be funded that relate to what the city of Oklahoma City does here in our community. So the three categories are city COVID-19 response expenditures, testing and tracing expenditures, and community support expenditures. And I'll talk a little bit about those in just a second. But basically, the resolution would just set some broad allocations for these expenditures. It would authorize the city manager to begin to identify partners and negotiate terms. And again, any agreements, contracts, et cetera, would have to be brought back to you for approval. The resolution would also authorize the city manager to begin reimbursing the city for those costs as they're incurred. And then lastly, from the community support program, it would authorize $5 million of that to be specifically allocated as additional funding for the small business continuity program. If you recall, the city funded that with $5.5 million of GOLP funds, and we've had requests that have exceeded $20 million. Not all of those will be, valid or approved requests, but certainly it shows there's a need, an immediate need to get some funds out in the community. And I believe there'll be a presentation later in the council meeting kind of with an update on that program. So just to discuss very quickly those three categories. So the city COVID-19 expenditures that we're recommending 59 million be allocated to that. This would allow the city to reimburse itself for things like PPE costs, retrofits of different city facilities, IT costs, cleaning and sanitizing costs, overtime, leave time, et cetera. It also would hold funds not only for costs that may occur if there's a future spike in the virus in the fall, but it would also hold funds for a couple of things that could help with our budget potentially. So one, there's been some guidance put out that could potentially let us reimburse significant public safety costs out of this. We're not clear yet that we can use those funds for that purpose, but there's ongoing guidance that's coming in that area. Or two, right now we're specifically prohibited from using these funds for revenue replacement, but that's something that I think the question was asked earlier. What are we, who are we talking to about this? Everybody. We're lobbying through every channel we can, every organization. We're trying to get Congress to change those rules to where we could use this for revenue replacement. I believe both in the SMART Act in the Senate and the HEROES Act in the House, both of those have language that could loosen up the strings on that. But we think it'd be prudent to hold, some significant amounts of funds back to help with those costs or the revenues if available. Secondly, the second category is testing and tracing, 30 million. So we've been having conversations with City County Health, others in the medical community about, what would it take to set up a community-wide testing and tracing program. So we're in the middle of the very, very early stages of looking at what those estimates are. But this could include testing not only for the virus, initially, but also antibody testing, tracing, related technology, staffing, et cetera. And this is something, we anticipate we'd be working with City County Health on, but we also may, contract for some of these services directly, or maybe a combination of those things. And then finally, the third category is community support. We're recommending allocating 25 million there. And community support really could include assistance for businesses, both profit and not-for-profit, as well as assistance for individuals. So some of the things, the guidance from Treasury has already said that we could use the funds on are things like rental assistance, homelessness issues, food distribution, utility assistance, as well as economic help for businesses. So our intent really also would be to kind of try to identify partners or agencies in the community that maybe have some of these programs in place already. I'm not saying we wouldn't stand up something, on our own, but we've seen, from the small business continuity program, it's very labor intensive, takes a lot of time to set these things up. So that's one of the reasons we want to ask for your permission to begin identifying partners and negotiating with them. And as a reminder, in all of those things, but especially as we get into the community support program, we have to demonstrate that these are effects that are from the COVID-19 pandemic. So really, what are the next steps? Today is really a first step with your approval. We would like to get input from you all, input from discussions with partners, stakeholders, a review. We're continuing to review what other cities are doing. And the plan would be that staff, while today you would set some broad allocations, which certainly could be changed, especially as guidance changes, or if we see that costs or needs are different within those categories, staff would bring back a more detailed plan that would sort of lay out those subcategories. So, for example, under the community support category, we would come back with a plan that, after discussing with you all and other partners in the community, how much is for business, how much is for individual, how much is for nonprofit, et cetera, et cetera. And we would target to try to bring something back very quickly on that, trying to target something for the June 16th meeting, but that's a very quick timeline. So with that, that's a very fast overview, and I'll stop there. Be happy to take any questions, take any guidance or other comments.
Yes, this is Councilman Hammond. I was just curious. I know I had seen that maybe Mayor Holt, and maybe it was like a large community letter from the Conference of Mayors overall, or maybe it was NLC, advocating for the utility kind of reimbursement almost for us stopping utility shutoffs right now. So I was curious about, with the utility assistance potential piece of this, if we have any information or anything that's come back on the likelihood of that happening from a different level of government, so that maybe these monies could go farther in a different direction
as I'm not aware, and that's something I'll look into as far as other, sources of funding. I think there's so many things in the CARES Act, and there's so many things that are being proposed. That's certainly something we would want to look at. Within the coronavirus relief funding, it's definitely an allowable thing to do to provide utility assistance. We just have to be careful in the way that we do it, because we can't reimburse ourselves directly for revenue loss, but we can help individuals. And so what are the mechanics of that? That's what we're working through with our legal counsel and others internally.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions for Kenny? We do have some citizens who signed up to speak, but I want to give council the first shot at it.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did someone else say something?
Go ahead, James.
Oh, no, go ahead, David. I spoke at length earlier.
Okay. So I think it's good that we are beginning to look at, the use of this money. I am surprised, though, that on the urgency in coming to an allocation at this point, with still quite a few questions unanswered. And so my first question is, could we just adopt a resolution without any numbers being allocated, and to the extent that the city manager needs to be authorized for costs already incurred that we have no doubt qualify, certainly let's give him the authority to, I'm sure those expenses have already been paid out, but cover those. The reason why I bring this up, so I was presented with these numbers Thursday afternoon, which gives us basically one business day to look into this. And even in that presentation, there were over a half a dozen questions that could not be answered at the time. And it still sounds like, based upon the brief summary, there's still a lot of uncertainty. So what's the need to put a number in these categories at this particular time?
Councilman, we certainly could do that. I would defer to the, legal, how that would need to be, amended, but there's not a requirement by any means. We could come back later with that. This was really just, again, trying to give staff some sense of what level of funding we would have as we move forward. If I knew I had $1 million for community support, that's different than if I have 25 million in the types of programs and things that we would be looking at. I will say on testing and tracing, we've gotten some preliminary looks on that an initial testing and tracing program might be somewhere in that $20 million range, and trying to leave some additional funding there, for future needs, or if we get into things like, isolation costs and things like that. On the city 59 million, that's really based on, we've looked at, you heard the budget presentation that we had to cut our budget by 35 million. And we've also looked at, if we were able to get revenue replacement, the losses, the 35 million we talked about earlier was just the general fund. We've also had many losses in the hotel tax fund, the other sales tax funds, and we've looked at it. It's very easily 45 to 50 million that could be replaced in revenues between now and December 30th potentially. So those are what sort of drove the broad numbers. You're exactly right that there's a lot of questions to be answered and a lot of things to consider. Staff, we're happy to move whichever way that the council desires, but that was certainly just our recommendation at this time with the information that we have. It's all going to be subject to adjustment as we move forward and get better information on this. I will admit this is outside of how we would like to do this if we had more time. It's just we feel such a time crunch on trying to get things set up and explored in a lot of areas and get the money spent.
Yeah, no, and I understand that, and I agree. If, for example, we were dealing with something that we had encountered before, like a tornado, or like a severe drought, which created a lot of fires throughout the city's city limits, we've been through that. We understand how to react to those types of crises. This is an area that we've addressed for the very first time. And when you are encountered by that type of a situation, the more you can study and analyze this before reaching conclusions, I think you often come up with a better solution. And then there's the concept of coordinating our efforts with other government efforts, such as, if we're looking initially at the city county health department for the testing and tracing, what coordination are we doing in terms of funding that effort with Oklahoma County? I think you've indicated they received $47 million of funding. And what is that, for example, cost per person being tested? And can we find alternatives to the city county health department's approach from a private sector that might reduce that per cost of testing? That's just one of many situations. When we look at funding for individuals and businesses, from an individual standpoint, again, the coordination with the other government entities. Currently, a person that's making $40,000 a year in salary, if they're now unemployed, their unemployment benefits, when you combine the state and federal unemployment benefits, is over $1,000 a month, which equates annually to $52,000 a year. If there's two people in the household, that's $104,000. And if there happens to be a third person, say a child who still lives at home, to what are the guidelines that you're going to include with this type of assistance? Let me give you an example that I'm very close to because I've been on some task force looking at this. The Internal Revenue Service annually incurs more than $2 billion of fraudulent claims that they pay out. And that's after they stop approximately 85% of the fraudulent refund claims that take place. So they still can't capture 100%, and they lose over $2 billion a year. This has been going on since the early 90s. We're seeing headlines about Oklahoma Unemployment Securities Commission having numerous fraudulent claims. They can't even begin to estimate how much fraudulent claims they've paid out so far. So we're rushing to get these numbers in place, which I just have a concern for. I know we need to do something. Let's continue to plan, analyze, and create solutions for this problem. But at this point, I don't think we need to put a dollar amount to each of these three categories. Thank you.
Councilman Greenwell, I just thought I'd mention, I think this is still a very broad allocation, and I think is an attempt just to give some sense of what you've got to work with. When you look at $114 million without any definition, you may think, well, I guess we're going to spend $113 million on testing and tracing, and it just sort of, I think, is an attempt by staff, ultimately by us, because we are the policymaking body, and we have every right to adopt or not adopt this resolution or amend it. And you certainly have every right, as you always do here, to propose an amendment. But I think the intent is just to give some kind of sense of scale, what you really got to work with in these categories. It is obviously still yet to be defined in many ways. and still very much subject to amendment by this council in the future. And we certainly always have that ability, even if we would adopt this resolution as written today. And I fully expect we will amend it, as time goes on. But I think it's just to kind of give a sense so people know, especially at the staff level, what we're really working with. I would also add, it's not based on nothing. I mean, Kenny is working on this all day, every day. He's talking to county, he's talking to city, county, he's talking to thought leaders here in the community. And his 30 million, for example, for testing and tracing is not like he threw a dart at a board that had dollar figures all over it. I mean, he's basing that on what the city county health department has kind of issued as a preliminary proposal. And it's in that neighborhood, and he actually, and he's given it like a little more wiggle room on top just because. And all of this is based on a very preliminary look, but it is a look. I mean, it has had some research behind it to arrive at these very broad dollar figures. So that's all I kind of wanted to say to be responsive to your comment.
And I would add to that too, Mayor, that, basically as we're looking at this, we're looking at just getting general guidance for staff as we're starting to work on our plan. But the idea is that we would come back with a more refined plan. And I think to your point, Councilman, that as we get more refined in our plan and identify those areas, particularly where we get into business assistance, personal, resident assistance, then as we get into those programs, we would develop procedures along with that, or have partners that we're working with. In most cases, there's partners already in those areas that are working, whether it's like utility assistance or something like that, or eviction assistance, other things that have come up, food distribution. There's partners that are already out there in the community that are working on those, and we'll work through those partners would be the plan, but it would be agreements that would come back to the council before we can move forward. So this just gives us general guidance as to those numbers. First, to be able to get started with some additional assistance with the small business continuity program that's already in place and underway. And the demand for the, as Kenny said, the demand for the resources is beyond what we've set aside through the GOLD program. And so it's just to give us that start and allow us to get started with some of the discussions on the testing and tracing with a little more detail, as well as starting with the reimbursements for the city.
Craig,
I understand.
Sorry, David.
No, go ahead.
David, the first thing I was going to say is I agree with everything you just said. And I think with the benefit of time and further analysis, we're just in a much better position. But I want to know, Craig, we meet June 2nd, June 9th, June 16th. At any of those meetings, as we learn new things, we can amend this resolution, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So here's my point. Again, so we've had the money approximately 2 months. And these let's say round estimates were presented to us within one business day of wanting a vote. We'll get several weeks notices in terms of paying out $1 million, for example, to the Whitewater facility at the Oklahoma River, and go into in-depth discussions as to why they need it, what they're doing with it, and things like that. Again, here one day, and we want you all to approve some quote round numbers of 114 million, and yet we don't know exactly what we can use the money for, but we want to put in some numbers into this resolution. That's the part that's a little troubling for me.
Councilman, we received the funds about 1 month ago. I think it was on April 22nd. And I do apologize. Like I said, I would, if I had a perfect world, I would like to spend a lot more time analyzing and, being a finance person, that's my normal mode of operation, and would like to put, a lot more detailed information together. But we got the money about 1 month ago. We've had Treasury put an initial guidance document out on April 22nd, which was very, very broad. They revised and put some information out to us on May the 4th. And then we've been working with our legal team trying to interpret that information. So I do apologize for the very short notice and lack of information. That's certainly not how we normally like to operate. It was just one of these, it's an odd thing. We didn't even know we were going to get the money, and one day the wire shows up in our bank account.
One quick question, and then I'll let everyone else speak. What have we learned in terms of reimbursements through health insurance?
I'm not sure if I understand.
Any costs incurred, such as testing for the virus, to what extent can that be reimbursed through health insurance?
I do not know the answer to that. I mean, we've had, I think that's probably going to vary with, individual health insurance plans, but I can see what kind of information we can find out on that.
Yeah, so for our employees though, any testing that we have to do, or if we're placing someone on quarantine because of the illness or whatever, there's leave time that was granted. The federal government set forward this COVID leave, basically created that, but we can get reimbursed on that. Is that correct, Kenny?
Yes.
As well as on our own testing?
Yeah. And part of that is thinking of setting up a testing program, for our first responders. I know that's something we've been looking at, just not only potentially COVID-19 testing, but antibody testing, trying to, as we learn more about this and trying to figure out, who's been exposed, who hasn't been exposed, that sort of thing as well.
No, but what I'm asking, to the extent that we're testing our employees, wouldn't our health insurance policy cover that?
I don't know. I think we'll have to get back with you on that one. I'm not sure about that. We'll check and find out.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from council on this topic?
Mayor, thank you. One thing I believe I discussed with Kenny, and Kenny, I really appreciate the, arguably Herculean effort you are undertaking. I really mean that. The back and forth that you are doing with the U.S. Treasury, with elected officials at the federal level, the county level, the state level, I do not envy you right now. I just really want to say thank you for what you're doing.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you for reaching out to us at the council level, over the last several days to, walk us through what's possible, the ever-changing guidance from the Treasury and the White House. I cannot imagine the headache that you are experiencing, and I hope you get out in a park from time to time. I do want to say it was part of a private conversation we had when you were updating us on this, but I just think it's very important. I was listening to a Left, Right, and Center podcast episode yesterday, and a conservative Frederick Hess, who's a resident scholar and director of education policy studies at the American Enterprise Institute, which is a conservative think tank. He's very focused on education in the fall for K through 12 and for higher education. Just really trying to help us all think through ways to make sure that all of our students are returning to campus in the safest way possible. And so I'm just wondering what already your conversations have been, if any, with the school districts, plural, that call Oklahoma City home, and with, Oklahoma City University, the different community colleges within our boundaries. And as I mentioned to you previously, even though UCO is not necessarily an Oklahoma City in our boundaries, we have ACM, we have there in the former parking garage where they are a tenant, and a lot of our people, as you know, commute to UCO. So I'm just curious what those conversations and those coordinating efforts have been so far, and if not, what can we do to encourage those? How can I help?
Yeah, you and I discussed this last week, and I have not yet had conversations with the school districts. That's something that I have on my list to reach out to. We've had staff level conversations, and brief conversations with a couple of different county commissioners on kind of what they're doing. It's uncertain right now how much of their funding will be, internal to them versus community type programs, but we're certainly coordinating. I think the schools are one that would be eligible, and this is something I hadn't mentioned previously, the 1.25 billion that the state has for their own internal needs. Also, they have a process that they just put an application process out last week, I believe, for other smaller cities and counties and other units of government that they can apply for these funds for COVID-19 related things as well. But it's something the school districts, I think, could apply for through the state. But it's certainly, since they're there's many of them within our boundaries, it's something we can have some conversations with to see what their needs are, how that might play in with what we're looking at doing.
Yeah, and now I'm recalling from our conversation, I loved when I learned, the district and universities could, access some of the state, relief funding as well. And I would love to believe that they are aware and they're doing that. But to quote another conservative, trust but verify, I believe Ronald Reagan said that. So whatever we can do to kind of help them through that, I think would be helpful. Because, there's just really a lot at stake. The safer our students feel at the higher education level in terms of returning to campus, whatever testing and contact tracing we can provide them so that they feel safe returning to campus, and not just the campuses. I'm actually just now remembering it's not just colleges and universities, but career techs. Consider that they feel safe returning to campus and knowing that should an outbreak occur, that those institutions would be able to do contact tracing to find out with who that person's come into contact, as opposed to having to lock down the entire campus, whether that's K through 12, metro techs, career techs, or college or university. So that testing component is really important. And again, I really want to applaud you for locating that $30 million number and basing that again on conversations with OKC County Health. I just think that's very critical. So yeah, anything I can do to help with that, please, please, please let me know. Because finals week is over, and so I have just a little bit more free time now, so you just let me know. The other thing I would say, and this is not at all a knock on Kenny's work or the money we've received at the city level from the CARES Act, but I just want to say, for anyone listening who might not already be thinking in similar ways that I am, but I really fault the federal government at the very beginning of this crisis for not doing something similar. And I sound like a broken record, but I just think might as well put it back on the turntable. If we had at the very beginning in January, if we had said 6 weeks, we're going to do this testing, we are going to contact trace, we're going to pay our small businesses and big businesses to shut their doors for this 6 week period of time, we could have avoided conversations. We could have, and really that was important because, as you all know, we have a lot of politicians across the country who have underfunded our unemployment offices. And so now all of a sudden, nearly 40 million people are unemployed, and there's a rush to the unemployment office to make sure that they can get access to their basic needs like groceries. There weren't workers there. And all of a sudden we had to go find those workers. So we could have bypassed all of that at the very beginning of this if the federal government had had a strategy that said, we are going to test people, we're going to contact trace, we're going to pay workers to stay, we're going to invest in individuals to stay home, we're going to invest in these businesses so they don't have to shutter their doors when this is all over with. They didn't do this to themselves. This is a virus. If we had that sort of approach, I guess we would probably be joining some of the memes I'm seeing out of New Zealand, where a mother is just almost like Sound of Music, like arms in the air. My kids are going back to school because our government invested in us. We right now this summer
would have a lot more open businesses and a lot more of our people feeling safe going into the Memorial Day weekend and going into the summer. And we would be avoiding this conversation right now of how much and this much and that much if we had actually from the beginning ripped the Band-Aid and done it how we should. And that's why we're in this position. It's not because of Kenny. It's not because of this $114 million money. If we had done this right from the beginning, Kenny wouldn't even be in this position right now. And I just think that is really worth saying. And it is, again, why I applaud what I describe as a Herculean effort on your part and any of your staff that's undertaking this as well. Same to the Economic Alliance folk and the Chamber for what you've done to get us into the small business continuity plan. Again, we wouldn't have had to have done that if the federal government had stepped up the way that they should have and acknowledged that this was essentially as big as the Great Depression. And it is, because now we're in a depression. And I also, again, want to applaud Mayor Holt, and I don't think I've said it enough. Mayor Holt, I'm serious. I've been thinking about this. I have not said it enough that your initial steps that you took, commendable. And I really applaud that leadership. And I think you stepped up when there was a vacuum. And I just think that's worth saying.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mayor, just a couple.
Any other?
Mayor, if I could, just a couple of quick comments. One, as you go forward, I would suggest that we focus on the needs of the future. Do we have a need to do anything to help, for example, the children in school? If we do, we have a model of dispensing funds to solve a problem like that in the Maps for Kids that we did several years ago, where we spread it out to the entire school districts, all 23 of them, and attacked a problem there of inadequate facilities. Here we've got a problem of, and you fill it in for the schools. So I think the more we focus on the needs, the better off we're going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council? If not, I'll turn to the citizens who have signed up on this item. Okay. Let's see, we'll start with John Pettis, if you're on the line, and star 6 is, I'm told, a trustworthy way to unmute yourself. Are you there, Mr. Pettis? Okay, I can always come back to you there. I've got a couple. Mr. Pettis? Mr. Pettis, did I hear you? Nope, okay. Well, let's move on to the next person, Nick Singer. If you're on the line, please speak up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. If you wouldn't mind stating your address and keeping your remarks to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sure thing. Hello, my name's Nick Singer. My address is 6032 Smith Boulevard, and I'm a leader with Voice. We are a coalition of churches, nonprofits, and worker associations that focus on issues that face families. This week, the courts are reopening to begin to process evictions. With record unemployment and people still waiting, struggling to get their benefits after months of delay or waiting on their jobs to restart, we don't need to add to the suffering. Housing, healthcare, and food are critical things that all people need, especially during this crisis. We are asking public officials to delay moving forward with evictions. The courts should delay moving forward with the evictions on their docket, especially until we've gotten resources to everyone that needs it. This is also disruptive for landlords, and we may have other options from the sounds of it than evicting people. So to that, we'd ask that the CARES Act money is used to address housing. There are a lot of things local government can do to help mitigate this. As has been mentioned, rental assistance, affordable housing, other programs for people losing their housing is a critical need at this time, and it protects people who are vulnerable. For a point of reference, Oklahoma City's average rent for a 2-bedroom place is about $850. So $1 million could keep 1,000 people housed for a month. So for the amount you're giving Costco, who is while a good company arguably doesn't need it, you could keep 3,000 people in their homes for a month while we sort this thing out. 300,000 people have lost their jobs in Oklahoma in just the last 2 months. And there are still thousands of people waiting on unemployment that, while generous, is still not in their bank accounts, so they can't make rent. It's taken months for people to get help. It sounds like the money from the CARES Act has been there, and the evictions are starting to happen right now. So now would be the time to do something about it. We look forward to continuing the conversation around keeping people housed. Thank you.
I'd like to say something with that, and I really appreciate Nick Singer's comments when it comes to rental and utility assistance. I think that is critical as we move forward. And again, I want to applaud Kenny for looking into the details of what the Treasury Department is saying in terms of its guidance there. So I think that's critical. We were already in a bit of a as Councilperson Hammond has said, a housing crisis prior to COVID, which is why this council took the steps that we did with MAPS 4. I'm very, very interested in what rental and utility assistance can look like here. I literally, while on this call, got a message from a constituent saying that the unemployment office has been shorting them money this whole time, and they don't know who to contact. So actually, while I'm on this call, and this isn't even close to the only outreach I've had, who am I supposed to connect people with as a city council person? This is a legitimate question. This isn't me being rhetorical. Who am I supposed to connect people with when they're having these unemployment problems in terms of receiving their paycheck? Anybody know?
I mean, I would probably tell them to call their state representative or senator.
Senator?
That's one option. It's not the only option, but it's an option.
That's what I had been thinking. I just didn't know if they're official, hey, I haven't received my way to live check.
Mm-hmm.
I'll connect them with that. Yeah, I just think that's really important. And, to this question about the amount that we are doing through unemployment or more from what we would be funding with rental assistance, I would point out to the earlier concern about the amount. I didn't even receive my $1,200 relief check until the middle of May. So I think there is an immediate need in our community. And I think to pretend otherwise is to pretend.
Okay. Next up, we have Dan Strong. Dan, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can. Please state your address, and you've got 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Dan Strom with the Homeless Alliance at 1724 Northwest 4th Street. Did just want to make sure that the council is aware that as of this morning, according to the Oklahoma Policy Institute's eviction tracker, Oklahoma District Court had 1,000 evictions filed. Not all yet docketed, but filed, plus 23 foreclosures. Some significant fraction of those evictions are the result of prudent and judicious action by the city and the mayor to address the COVID-19 pandemic. And some fraction of those evictions are undoubtedly the result of the Oklahoma Employment Security Commission's inability to process the more generous unemployment claims, with a backlog now of 65,000 claims. As City Manager Freeman pointed out, the city has strong partners in the nonprofit and faith-based communities that do eviction prevention and rapid rehousing and utility assistance every day. Salvation Army, City Care, Catholic Charities, Upward Transitions, and the Homeless Alliance. We're ready to partner, but there is a real sense of urgency. They have 1,000 evictions filed, and it's important to remember That is not 1,000 individuals. That's 1,000 households. Maybe 3,000 people, 4,000 people, 5,000 people. You will triple, quadruple, maybe even quintuple the number of homeless in Oklahoma City if we don't address this issue quickly. And I got to give it up to Ken, Mr. Soodle, for putting so much money into community support. It is critically needed, and it's critically needed now. Private funders and individuals have already stepped up to this. They do not have the resources that the federal government does. Now, with these evictions, is some fraction of them being the result of, again, prudent and judicious city government action, and perhaps ill-prepared state government inaction. It makes sense to me that we would use federal government as an intervention to prevent these evictions. We all, I suspect, learned at our mother's knees that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The cost of these evictions to the broader community, if we allow them to go forward, will be extraordinary. And you have nonprofit and faith-based agencies that are ready to support you in preventing these evictions. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and Council, and Mr. City Manager. I appreciate my time.
Thank you, Dan, and for all you do and all the people that you work with and the broader homelessness service provider community. Thank you. And I'm sure that Kenny will be working diligently to figure out how these CARES Act dollars can address the issues that you and Mr. Singer raised. We still have John Pettis. I want to give him one last shot. That's our last citizen to be heard on this item.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Hello?
Mr. Pettis, go ahead. If you state your address, please.
1332 Northeast 54th Street, Oklahoma City, 73111. Mayor and City Council. I have a couple of questions, but a comment. At the last council meeting, the city, through the Community Block Grant Program, appropriated $1 million to community actions to help with the eviction of the housing and the rent. So we need to keep that in mind. But I have two questions. In this memo, it mentioned rental and utilities. Will the payments also be used for mortgage assistance?
This is Kenny Soodle. There is a provision for that in the guidance. Again, how that works, there's a little bit of a problem with mortgage assistance because there's also some language in the guidance that mentions if you're an agency that collects property tax, that you have to, there may be some hurdles there because that may be seen as replacing our own revenue. And so that's something we'll continue to look at to see if there's a possibility. You know, the rental assistance is definitely one that would be not an issue for the city of Oklahoma City, but as far as mortgage assistance, that's something we can look at.
Okay, I know that in the Community Action Agency, part of their allocation did include mortgage assistance. My next question, will the 80% AMI limit apply?
That's yet to be determined. And I do want to point out the money that went into the CDBG did come from CARES Act, but as I mentioned at the very first part of my presentation, that was a different section. So it has the CDBG rules. This money has different rules, and there's not a income threshold requirement on the coronavirus relief fund, the 114 million. It's more about demonstrating that it's something that came from a direct result of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, just two questions. In reviewing and coming up with the program guidelines, I would strongly suggest that the 80% of AMI not be used because you have several responders that are couples that if the 80% is used, they would not be able to qualify for any rental assistance or mortgage assistance. I would hope that the limit on rental assistance remain at $3,600, but on the mortgage assistance, that it doesn't exceed $5,000 per household, and that the income limit for qualification does not exceed $100,000.
We'll take that into consideration.
Okay, thank you for your time. I'm done.
I also, just kind of going back to Dan Strawn's point as well, I really want to thank him for his comments because he's an expert in this field, and you know, he says it with clarity in a way that I can't. I really appreciate that. I would be remiss though if I didn't also say, I think sometimes we get into some false dichotomies, false arguments. This is not tenant versus landlord, right? So this isn't rental versus mortgage. This really should be, again, to my point about the federal government and quite frankly, the state government, this should be where we're helping to make both sides whole. And so anything we can do to use these funds to address the mortgages that are within the guidance of the Treasury, I'm going to be very curious as well, especially when it comes to some of the property owners of you know, some commercial spaces. Again, if we can't, we can't, but in the event that we can, I'd be interested in that. But pitting a tenant versus a landlord, I just think is a false argument. And to be honest, I often find, I believe that false argument is put there to prevent us from doing anything at all for anybody. And I don't think that's cool. And then to Dan's point about the ounce of prevention, I would want to remind everybody, and it was something we discussed during MAPS 4, but we have too many landlords who have month-to-month leases for their tenants. And when the tenant complains about the conditions of the property, whether it's mold, electrical, et cetera, the property owner, instead of remedying that issue, just removes the tenant. And that leads to the evictions being what they are. And so there's a faucet that we need to turn off. So whatever we can do by providing that rental assistance, but also, you know, questions about access to counsel, legal counsel for tenants. Other cities are looking into this, are already enacting policies toward that end. And I think it would be very important for us. I know we've talked at the staff level about what's possible. So I'll be really looking forward to, in addition to rental assistance, seeing what access to legal counsel could look like for those who are facing, you know, eviction. And I also just really want to make clear this false dichotomy, this argument pitting tenants versus property owners. You know, guy who owns my building, this historic building in Paseo, something goes wrong, he's right here. And so this is not to say that everybody, but there are enough who are doing enough damage, and we need to help those when we can. And I hope the CARES Act is going to allow us to help both parties.
There you go.
Does anyone wish to make a motion, or what do we wish to do with the item? Resolution at 9:00.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we will cast our votes as soon as we can. My screen looks a little different than it did the last time we voted. I don't know. Does anybody want to see this? Usually. Okay, we go. It's always the escape button is the answer to everything. All right, cast your votes. The resolution passes 8-1. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Kenny, everybody who's working so hard on this. I know it's a broad team effort, and much work remains. Okay, moving on to, oh, by the way, one clarifying question. We didn't really get too much into this. The $5 million now that's allocated to Small Business Continuity Program, that's probably the one explicit expenditure that was included in this resolution. That money
is available. It'll be allocated to the program, and then as it goes through the normal process of review, it can be approved and used.
Okay, so that, and Kathy's speaking later on the small business continuity. Okay, so we can talk to her about that as well. Okay, 9P, resolution adopting the May 2020 update to the Community and Neighborhood Enhancement Program Project Implementation Plan. That is still my favorite title of any program here at the City of Oklahoma City. And approving allocation of Better Streets, Safer City sales tax funds. Estimated cost, $5.8 million. I believe we have a presentation.
Yeah, Eric's just gonna make a couple of quick comments. Every time we come back and amend, as we add projects to the plan, Eric has given an update to the council, and we bring this back to the council each time.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So we do have the next amendment for the Better Street Safer City program. It is $5.8 million, and it includes additional projects that are being authorized with your approval today. There's one new arterial street that will add $265,000 to the program. There's one residential area that's being added. And those are actually budget revisions to existing. So there's one arterial revision and one residential revision. There's one new residential. It's a $4.1 million project. We also have one new bicycle infrastructure project. So as we continue the Better Street Safer City program in 2020, we're looking to allocate the remaining funds. So if we looked at those today, before you vote on this item, 90% of the arterials have been authorized, 88% of the residential resurfacings have been authorized, 97% of the street enhancements, 96% of the sidewalks, about 66% of bike lanes, and 91% of trails. And so funding is still available in each of these project categories. And so today we're asking for your next approval so that we can move forward with this additional $5.8 million for additional projects in 2020. This was recommended by the advisory board for your consideration today.
Any questions or comments for Eric?
Yes, this is Jo Beth. I was just curious with the additional allocation for the bike project, is that something that's already designed? Is it, will we need to go through those like design processes, or is it kind of at the beginning stages?
So this one would be at the beginning stages. We do have consultants that are already under contract to help us design these. This particular bike project is along North Villa, North Youngs Boulevard, and North Venice Boulevard between 62nd and Northwest 10th Streets. And so this would just add another location from the list of recommended projects as funds are available. I do think it would be a project that we could begin within the year. There's a number of bike projects that are already underway, but this is a new project.
Thank you. If there's any, I know I've heard from a few people through Twitter, just to be pretty honest, about specifically the villa portion. And so if there's any feedback that people want to give in the kind of design and the development process, should I just encourage them to send that to me and I can send it along to you? Will there be opportunity for like neighborhood engagement? Just kind of want to get a sense of that process so I can let them know.
Yeah, I think
the best way.
Yeah, please forward any comments that you get from constituents to us. The other item that I have in my notes on this particular bike project is it's also related to the bus rapid transit project that is also underway. So it's a part of that, but it's going to be done under Better Streets. We will have some public engagement processes with the BRT project as well. So there'll be multiple opportunities for residents and stakeholders to participate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions for Eric? Hearing none, we could entertain a motion to adopt the resolution found at 9P. We've got a motion and a second. Please cast your vote as soon as it's available to do so. Passes unanimously. 9Q is a resolution approving the incurrence of indebtedness by the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust by the issuance of its promissory note to Oklahoma Water Resources Board in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $55 million, et cetera. I believe we have a presentation.
Yeah, so Chris Browning, our utilities director, is just going to make a couple of comments on this as an opportunity for refunding, and just let him make a couple of comments on how we're going to do this.
Good afternoon. This is Chris Browning. The Water Trust Financial Advisor, PFM, reports that the financial markets are favorable for the trust to consider refinancing its 2009 bonds, revenue bonds. PFM estimates the savings of $2.5 million if the trust issues its own refinancing of the revenue bonds, or $4.5 million if the trust takes advantage of an Oklahoma Water Resources Board financial assistance program. The Water Resources Board can also assist the Water Trust in converting an outstanding temporary commercial paper as a part of this financial assistance program loan for an estimated additional savings of around $2 million. The resolution authorizes the Water Trust to enter into the refinancing loan with the Water Board to refinance the outstanding 2009 bonds and the outstanding commercial paper notes. At this time, staff recommends approval of this item. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any comments or questions for Chris? Hearing none, we would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution found at 9Q. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. This requires 6 affirmative votes, by the way, in order to incur indebtedness. Councilman Griner still present?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
My little button's not popping up, though. It just says waiting.
This is waiting, okay.
Yeah.
Do you wish to vote yes?
It just says waiting. Yeah, you can just say yes. Yeah.
So if somebody can record it. There we go. Okay, passes unanimously and with the 6 required votes. Okay, 9R. This is a resolution approving the incurrence of indebtedness by the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust by the issuance of its 1 commercial paper note Series A tax exempt and 2 commercial paper notes Series B taxable in a combined aggregate amount not to exceed $350 million, et cetera. This also requires 6 affirmative votes to incur indebtedness, 7 affirmative votes to waive competitive bidding. Does Chris wish to speak to this as well?
I'd ask Chris to give us just a couple of comments here give us an overview on this, because this doesn't change the financial parameters. Those are really large numbers, but it doesn't change the financial parameters. There's just a few changes in here, and I asked Chris just to speak to this and give us an update.
State law requires the Water Utilities Trust to have the ability to fully fund a project when the project is being awarded. We can satisfy the requirement by having the cash on hand. We can sell bonds to obtain the cash, or we can establish a line of credit to cover the project costs. In 2006, the Water Trust initiated a line of credit using tax-exempt commercial paper to pay construction claims. By using the commercial paper funding option, the Water Trust saves about $240,000 in interest for every $10 million financed. So it's a pretty substantial savings. In May 2019, Council approved a resolution of indebtedness for the Water Trust to issue tax-exempt commercial paper notes not to exceed $3 million outstanding with a maximum value of $700 million. The city, South Canadian wastewater treatment plant must undergo an upgrade to satisfy more stringent US EPA and ODEQ discharge standards. Because of that, we sell a high percentage of the treated wastewater to to the McLean Energy Plant, which is an OG&E facility. And that agreement was established in March of 2000. Because of the structure of the agreement, the Water Trust Bond Council advises that we must use taxable rather than non-taxable financing for that particular project. Because of that, we need to modify this commercial paper authorization to include not only tax exempt but taxable commercial paper. But we're not asking to change the limits of the commercial paper limit. That's a little redundant, but we're asking to keep everything at $350,000 with a maximum cap, $350 million with a maximum cap of $700 million, but to enable us to use either tax exempt or taxable. So by adding the capability for the Water Trust to issue taxable commercial paper to the existing program, that will allow us to proceed with bidding the award of the South Canadian wastewater plant upgrades in accordance with the DEQ requirements. We will continue to work on the agreement that we have with the McLean facility to see if we can adjust that agreement so that we can convert back to tax exempt bonds at a later date. Have any questions that you may have regarding this item?
Any questions or comments for Chris? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to adopt the resolution found in 9R. We've got a motion and a second. Go ahead and cast your vote. Passes unanimously and with the number of votes required to incur indebtedness and the number of votes required to waive competitive bidding.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 9S1, don't believe we need executive session. This is the resolution approving the request for salary continuation for Corporal Braden Layton while he continues to require rehabilitation to recover from an on-the-job injury. Take a motion on this item. We've got a motion and a second. Go ahead and cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item T and U are executive sessions. We will take votes on those to go into executive session, but then as per our normal custom, we will handle the sessions themselves at the conclusion of our other business. But here, I would seek a motion on 9T to enter into executive session on advice of the municipal counselor to receive confidential communications concerning the case of Cooper v. City of OKC. We have that motion and that second, and we now shall cast our votes. Motion to go into executive session passes unanimously. Again, we'll handle that at the conclusion of our other business. 9U, enter into executive session on advice of the municipal counselor to receive confidential communications concerning the case Highs and Addington v. City of OKC. Take a motion on that. There's a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously, and as I said, we'll handle that at the conclusion of our other business. We have no claims recommended for denial this meeting. That's the first, I think, for me anyways. All right, we do have a claim recommended for approval. That's found at 10A1. One claim, I don't believe we need executive session. We take a motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your vote. Passes unanimously. That brings us to item 11, items from council. Let's handle the listed item first before we go around the horseshoe. 11A is an ordinance to be introduced and adopted with an emergency. So this would be considered only at today's meeting, potentially declaring a 180-day moratorium on the acceptance of new applications for PUDs and SPUDs that would allow construction on or use of property within Oklahoma City for freestanding signs with a display surface area over 200 square feet, et cetera. I would defer now to council members McAtee and Stonecipher, whoever might like among them or both to explain this proposed ordinance?
I defer to Councilman Stonecipher to start off.
More than happy to. I think the one thing that I realized in looking at this is that we have an issue where certain actions are being taken by certain people through the use of PUDs and SPUDs to try to get around certain things that we are attempting to prevent in our city. And what I mean by that is the PUDs and SPUDs are being used to circumvent what we've been told. We had a community appearance survey report that was put together for us. We had Plan OKC that was adopted in 2015, both speaking to reducing sign clutter in our city. In the survey itself, it was repeatedly found that excessive tall or out of proportion signs are disliked by our residents. And so when I saw this vehicle being used, or these vehicles being used to promote and place these large electronic signs in Oklahoma City, I thought we needed some further guidance. And we have hired a consultant. His name is Mark White. He's out of Kansas City. He's looking at some things for the city, but specifically, the first thing he's going to look at is billboards. And I felt that we needed a moratorium to let us have time to let our consultant do his work. James Cooper and I attended a telephone conference with Mr. White, and I'll let James speak if he likes, but I thought he was well prepared. I thought he was very informative. The one thing that I did learn in preparing for that meeting was this sign clutter issue is something that's being looked at all over the United States. There's states like Vermont, Hawaii, Maine, Alaska that have completely banned billboards statewide. There was a state referendum in Alaska on that. And so before we kept dealing with this issue time and time again, I wanted to give us a break. I wanted to stop for a second. I wanted to give our consultant the time to do the work that's necessary to understand what we learned from our survey, what we adopted in Plan OKC, and what's best for the city and what our city residents want. And so I think Laura's here. McDivitt, Laura, are you here to speak to this?
Yes. Yes, this is Laura McDevitt in the City Attorney's Office, and I think Councilman Stonecipher pretty well summarized everything. So this proposed moratorium would apply to the acceptance of new rezoning applications for planned unit developments and simplified planned unit developments, and also would prohibit the issuance of electrical, building, or sign permits for signs over 200 square feet in areas for which a straight rezoning application was submitted during the period of the moratorium.
So, Mayor, with that, I would open it up to discussion or a motion.
Let me make a comment if I could. Voting for this particular moratorium does not say you are for signs or against signs. It's just to say, let's take, as Mark said, a break and determine what is best for Oklahoma City, for our citizens, and move forward. And this should give us the time to do that. This is not the first time, by the way, that we have tackled the sign ordinance situation in Oklahoma City. We spent a considerable amount of time and effort back about 15 years ago on this item. We came up with a comprehensive sign ordinance, we thought, but people have figured out a way to get around it. So it's time to determine what we want and how we want it implemented. And that's really the intent of this particular resolution.
And I would just like to, I really appreciate Councilman Stonecipher mentioning the conversations we've had with the consultant. Yeah, I mean, and full disclosure, councilperson, I missed the email. It was finals week. It was horrible. I would have joined you in authoring this. That's how much I support it. And I support what you and Councilman McAtee are introducing here. I've said a lot about billboards. I'm not going to say anymore because you've actually expressed precisely what I'm thinking. You've said what other cities are doing and their approaches, and I'm as interested in those as you are. And I would hope that we're able to do the right thing when this is all said and done. So thank you all.
I just have a couple of questions. So the piece of land currently zoned for a billboard will continue to move forward if they're wanting to during the moratorium, as long as they don't need a spud or PUD. Is that correct?
This is Laura McDevitt in the city attorney's office. Yes, that is correct. If their current zoning would permit the construction of a sign that exceeds 200 square feet that's freestanding, then they would be able to proceed and get a permit to construct that.
Thanks. And does this do anything? Does this do anything really about abandoned and dilapidated signage?
No, it does not address abandoned signs.
It does not. Maybe it should have, but it does not.
It's easy to sit over here and poke holes, right? In the 180 days, 6 months, we feel like that's the right time frame based on, I would assume, based on the consultant we hired.
James Skipper, you may be able to remember the meeting better than I do, but what I took from it was that was sufficient time.
Yeah, that was my understanding. Laura, would you add anything to that in terms of the timeline?
I believe that Jeff Butler is also on the line, and he might be able to speak to the specifics of the timeline that's anticipated from the consultant.
Yeah, this is Jeff. That will fit nicely. You know, you never quite know, but as far as our planned process goes, 6 months should do it. You know, if we end up needing to take more time to study issues or to go through the public engagement or the adoption process, you know, there could be delays, but 6 months should be sufficient for kind of a standard process.
Thanks. Mayor, has anyone outside of the council signed up to speak on this?
No.
Interesting. I guess I just want to make sure that we're not taking an industry and putting them into a 180-day moratorium, especially during these times. So that was the only concern I had.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go ahead and put it out there. If there's somebody on the line who wishes to speak on this item about the sign moratorium, speak now, even if you didn't sign up. Okay. Any other council comments or questions?
I would move the item.
Okay.
Second.
We've got a motion or a second, and cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
We need a vote on the emergency.
Oh, we need a second vote on the emergency.
Yeah, I'd move the emergency, please.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes on the emergency for item 11A. All right, passes unanimously. Okay, now let's go around the virtual horseshoe. We'll start at Ward 1, Councilman Greiner.
I don't have anything.
Okay, Ward 2.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to the Paseo for last month's virtual First Friday. Seemed to go really, really well. I was really proud of them for putting public safety first. And I believe that is all I have this morning. So, oh, nope. One thing. I received a list of the small businesses that have received the continuity funding. And I've asked for that to be public this week on some sort of website so that the residents can see who've applied, who's received those funds, and received guarantees that we're heading in that direction this week. So I don't know if we want to do that, but that's my understanding. My other kind of concerns about that program is just making sure that as we move toward this next round of funding for small businesses in need during historic pandemic and economic depression, that we are being intentional about making sure the companies that, you know, are outside the sort of normally known networks are receiving funding. I think that's important. And I would be very curious as we move into the next council meeting to hear from Economic Alliance about the timeline from when we approved those funds to the disbursement of the funds. I've heard from some constituents that they felt like that timeline was a bit longer than their anxiety. You know, they were very anxious, is what I would say. And so I'd want to hear going into the next council meeting what lessons we've learned in terms of hiccups regarding the disbursement of those funds. I've heard from some folk that they had to resubmit their the parts of their application. Be curious to learn what we have learned in terms of why that was happening. What I'd also be curious to know what sort of status updates we've provided as we were reviewing those applications. What kind of status we provided to the folk who were, you know, hopeful that they might receive that stuff. I don't know if it's something we can do on the Alliance's website or the continuity website. Just stuff that keeps the applicants as aware as possible about the process. But otherwise, I would say, you know, thank you to anyone who was involved, whether it was Kathy or Jeff or anyone who, Joanna, whoever was involved in helping to get those funds out the door and getting the project off the ground in the first place. And I'm really looking forward to seeing more disbursement of those funds as we move forward into the next round. I think there's a lot of hurt out there on our small business community. So anything we can do to address that and learn from lessons from those hiccups that I just described would be helpful. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 3.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick comment. Looking back over history and seeing how the Maps for Kids solved a very huge problem for the Oklahoma City School District, as well as the other school districts within our geographic area. One of the keys of that was the people continued to focus on the needs, and the improvement of school facilities was the ultimate goal. And I caution us that when we go through and spending this $114 million, we keep our eye on the ball, that ball being to meet the needs generated by the disaster that we've encountered. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilman. Ward 4.
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Ward 5.
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Ward 6.
Yes, thank you. I wasn't quite sure if I should insert this into some of the previous discussion regarding the CARES funding, but I did just want to tell this story. I think regarding evictions, and I'm really glad to hear that we had some folks from the community sign up to really put that at the top of our radar as something that we need to address, because I know it's something I've talked with staff about. It's been a concern of mine the minute that a NBA player tested positive for COVID and things started shutting down in our city. It's been something ever present on my mind, and I'm glad that the courts were closed for a while, but I do think there's just to kind of put a human face on these numbers. Obviously, Dan Strawn from Homeless Alliance said that 1,000 evictions and 23 foreclosures had been filed. I believe that's since March 13th or 14th. And as I've talked to people about this in the community, you know, some people push back and say, well, those were probably filed, they were probably had issues before COVID. And my response to that is, well, sure, yes, people were struggling before a global pandemic. That doesn't mean they're in an any better place now. And the second thing is that I specifically last week took time, now that courts are open, especially to go look through OSCN and look at some of the eviction filings, particularly from the last couple of weeks. And it honestly made me want to cry and throw things all at the same time to see an eviction filed where the lease agreement was written for $350 and the claimant is asking for $600 is the claim. So that's 2 months worth of rent. I'm sorry, $700. That's 2 months worth of rent. And that is specifically over the time period where people have been losing jobs at historic numbers. If a lot of these folks even had healthcare to begin with, that's probably now gone. If it was tied to their employment, there's just so many, and I don't need to exactly go over all their verbiage impacts given what some of the community members said before, but I do think this is a real, to put just a face on this. I was scrolling through Facebook, I think it was Friday afternoon, and saw a friend of mine who is a legislative assistant for a House member post that she had gotten a call from a constituent that afternoon, and they were facing eviction. She sent me the case file and the information about the family. The family is, I believe they have at least one child. The mother is currently on bed rest. She's, I think, 6 or 7 months pregnant, on bed rest due to her pregnancy. And the father lost his job due to the pandemic. This eviction that was filed for them was filed right as the pandemic started. So obviously they were struggling beforehand. When this legislative assistant sent me the case filing, it didn't say how much the lease agreement was for, as most of them do, but the claim was only for $850. So that's likely 1 to possibly 2 months worth of rent, maybe, depending on the size of the unit and everything. That family is now living in a mobile home of their sisters because they didn't have any resources and they didn't feel empowered enough to try to contact anyone until it was the final hour. Because so many of these folks, and I know this from experience, don't think that their government cares about them. They finally contacted their state representative because they had exhausted all of their options, and that person was unable at the last minute to find the resources and started personally fundraising on her own Facebook page to help this family. So now this family is facing $3,000 because over the interim where courts were closed, they still were accruing rent because they were not yet evicted. So now they owe the property management $3,000 and are living in a mobile home, crowded up with other family members. And that's the whole reason why advocates since the beginning of this have been calling for moratoriums on evictions, because that is not a safe living situation in the best of times, but certainly during a global pandemic, having overcrowded housing is terribly dangerous. So I'm looking forward to, and I to the point about the speed of getting these funds to the community, particularly for eviction prevention, homelessness prevention. It's not just about people ending up on the streets. It's about that couch surfing. It's about that invisible homelessness. That's just one story. And housing is healthcare. So to the point of the community members that advocated for some of this CARES funding to go towards that eviction or mortgage assistance for particularly especially vulnerable households. it will prevent further harm, both to individuals, but also to the community. So I really do look forward to finding ways to get that money into our community as quickly as possible to prevent situations like that. Because just looking through those eviction filings last week, that is one story of 1,000. So I just wanted to put, again, more of a human face on this issue, because I think often it's really easy to just look at a number and kind of wave it to the side and be like, yep, that's tough. But knowing how this can have ripple effects throughout the community, it is my number one priority to see how we can use as much of that community assistance money to keep people in their housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 7.
Yes, I just want to echo what Councilwoman Hammond said about the eviction prevention, because I think when we talk about the eviction process and what's happening in our communities, a lot of our elected officials really don't know as far as what some of our residents are going through in that aspect, in that realm. And I refer to the fact that I had one of our elected officials, one of our legislators for the state contacted me and asked me if I had talked to anyone or know of anyone that had been evicted because they hadn't been getting those phone calls at their office. And when you think about the process and what folks go through, obviously, as you just heard, they don't really understand or know what their rights may be when it comes to situations such as this. So therefore, especially in vulnerable communities, you have folks who are just trying to make ends meet and trying to make it work. So therefore, they, again, don't know those streams of assistance that could possibly help them. So this is really something that I would love to figure out how we can get these funds out in a quicker manner for our residents who truly need that assistance most and right now, especially in the time of the PUA not being able to get to the people at a time when they need it right now, immediately. And some folks still waiting for their payments, and some people being slighted on their payments that they should have received. So those are concerns for all of our residents within Oklahoma City. And I know we've all been, as council members, receiving numerous emails in support of the housing possibility and rental assistance for our community, because our community is definitely hurting when it comes to the possibility and the necessity of receiving that type of assistance. And I want to continue to talk about the necessity for testing in our vulnerable communities as well, because there are concerns for our vulnerable communities not having access. And obviously, again, we know when you're looking at just the nationwide era of testing, there is a lack. But when you break it down to our cities, and then you go to counties and then the cities, of course, it's by the states, there is truly another lack. And when you have folks that are just, again, trying to make those ends meet and do the things that they need to do to survive, of course, they don't have the time or the resources to get tested. And these are things that we have to take priority for, and for our communities especially. And I just want to emphasize that wearing a mask is not the end all be all. I know it is getting warm, and I know it is extremely difficult to want to wear that mask, but it's protecting you and it's protecting others. So I just want to continue to stress that. And also, we have to protect our most vulnerable, which are those who are not housed, which are those who are seniors, which are those who are autoimmune compromised, which are also those young folks who carry asthma, who have asthma complications. So those are the people we're protecting when we wear our masks. So I just want us to keep that in mind, especially with the weather turning beautiful and the sun shining and everyone wants to be outside. Just please, let's practice those safety measures, continue to wash our hands, and if you can, social or physical distance, please continue to do that. I also want to continue to thank all of our essential and our frontline workers for their work, because it's necessary, and we thank them for that, and especially our city workers. And I had a phone call from a constituent, well, email from a constituent last week, a business in the Britton district, excuse me. And I just contacted our waste management to assist me in that effort, waste management, but it was actually our city department for our waste. And they assisted me with that effortlessly. And our resident and our business was satisfied with what took place. So I just want to commend and continue to thank our different departments for what they do to protect our citizens and to assist them in these efforts. I wanted to also make mention, I know I talked about testing, but for our residents within the Northeast Quadrant, I want to let you know that since our fairgrounds swab pod, as it was called, it has closed, we will officially have testing at the Northeast Oklahoma City County Health Department location as of June 1st. So I just want to make mention of that. So at least our residents understand that there will be dedicated testing in Northeast Oklahoma City for those who may need it. Also, as we talk every Tuesday, there is a giveaway currently as far as food distribution that's going to be happening. I believe it's taking place right now in one of these areas, JFK Park and Christ Temple Community Church. And want to continue to thank all of those who have been helping in the assistance of food resources for our community as we work towards getting better food access for our residents within the areas where we are food insecure. I wanted to make mention about an incident that took place in one of the communities within Ward 7 because it's necessary to do. There was an incident that occurred a couple of weeks ago with a truck driver delivering a service to a resident within a gated community. And I do want to tell and thank Mr. Travis Miller for his humility in the process of what took place to him and his coworker during that afternoon delivery. And I think, especially during the time of him grieving his grandmother and his aunt who had passed away a day apart, you know, I think we should take into consideration what's happening around us. And it's very unfortunate that we're on the cusp of having these conversations, dealing with people being held because they may not reflect the community, or they may not look like you, or we're trying to figure out what they're doing in our particular neighborhood. I think we really need to be careful about those types of situations and what happens to people if we are stereotyping or accusing or just trying to understand what's happening. And with this, it's difficult because as a woman and as a woman of color, watching that video, I have difficulty with it. I think of the Arbery case that's taking place now, unfolding in our communities. I think about the areas of our country where just yesterday there was a viral video of a woman in Central Park calling the police on a man because he just asked her to put her dog on a leash and he didn't look like her. And so she said to those officers that on the phone that this man was trying to basically attack her. So, you know, we have to be very careful about those types of situations. and what happens and what occurs in the community where we are. So I just wanted to really just say it was a very unfortunate incident that happened for Mr. Miller and for his coworker who also experienced what took place that day. I pray for this family because I know in watching his face and even seeing his tears, I understand them, I receive them, and I think we should all take heart to those types of things that take place and our implicit and explicit bias that we have. So those are definitely things, again, I just wanted to make mention of that. And also consider too, because this was something I had to really consider if I wanted to talk about, but there's no question it needs to be mentioned about what took place in this gated community within Ward 7, because I am obviously the council person that represents all of Ward 7. And I just want to say this shouldn't be tolerated in any community. This shouldn't be tolerated in any ward. And this shouldn't be tolerated in any city across this United States, but it's unfortunate because it still does. And then you have to have those videos or anything to show that you are keeping yourself safe, and you have to ensure that your safety is first. So I take that into account, even as a woman and a woman of color. When I go out in public and people don't know who I am, I still see people that clutch their purses, and I'm just walking by in a store trying to get what I need at the store, so, and I'm the person that's elected in a position in Oklahoma City. So I truly understand what this gentleman went through. I understand what a lot of folks go through in our communities, and it's very unfortunate for us to have to do that. So I just want to say again, let's, especially during this time, think about those implicit and explicit biases that we have. And if you want to talk, but there are definitely people that can handle situations such as this. That's why we have a trained police department to handle a situation if there were to be an incident for a community. That's why we have officers that can be called for situations. But again, we still have concerns in some aspects as to what those situations may be and what the concerns are for that person. So I just want us to take into consideration that and consider what Oklahoma State statute is and what has to be true under Oklahoma State statute to hold someone against their will. And there are a few things: someone commits a felony, but out of your presence, and obviously a felony, there you have to think and look at those. Any public offense committed in your area and reasonable cause to believe a felony has been committed. And I think if we look at that video, clearly that was a gentleman who overreacted when it came to Mr. Miller. So I just want to say, let's consider those things and let's move forward. And I think, Mayor, as you consider us a 1 OKC, it's these types of things that we have to take in consideration to continue or to make us a fully developed 1 OKC. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Ward 8.
Thank you, Your Honor. I received an email a couple of weeks ago from Mary Blankenship Pointer, and she runs as the chair of our Sister Cities program, which about 2 years ago, the mayor asked me to serve on the Sister Cities program here in Oklahoma City. And at the time, I didn't know much about it. So I did some research and looked into it. It was a program that was developed by Dwight D. Eisenhower back in the 50s to bring two cities together in a partnership of similar size. It was to be for an exchange of culture, an exchange of ideas, an exchange of friendship, but most importantly, an exchange of helping each other in times of need. And Taipei, Taiwan is one of our sister cities, one of Oklahoma City's sister cities. And I wanted to read to you an email that came from our sister city, Taipei, to Mary. It says, "Dear Mary, I hope this email finds you and Joe and your family well. We have been following the situation in Oklahoma closely and looking for ways to help. It is my pleasure to inform you that the government of Taiwan is donating 100,000 medical face masks to the state of Oklahoma to help protect the frontline responders. Sincerely, Wai-Ling Chen, Vice Counsel, Taipei Economic and Cultural Office. I want to thank Mr. Chen. I want to thank our sister city. I want to thank Mary for all the work she does and our board. We have a wonderful board that's very engaging and does some tremendous work for representing Oklahoma City worldwide. So thank you, Mr. Chen.
Thank you. Well said. We've had some really nice letters from some of our sister cities and other communities that we don't have that relationship with that have just been spreading the love around the world, and it's very appreciated. Okay, that concludes item 11, items from council, which brings us to item 12, city manager report.
Yes, so first we have a report from Kathy O'Connor on the Small Business Continuity Program. Kathy, you ready for that?
I am. So a little bit of an update about the program so far. As a reminder, we received just about, well, right around 600 applications. To date, we have been able to approve for funding 175 applications. The 175 applications that have been approved have allocated about 3.3 million. So we still have about 1.7 million left. We've really just kind of started all of the technical assistance applications were approved. Everybody who applied for that got approved. And we're still in the process of matching those up and developing scopes of work. So I don't have an exact dollar amount on that part of the program yet. We have about 146 applications that have been reviewed or we're waiting for additional information. And those at this point are unfunded. So if we fund all of those, I believe it's about an additional $3 million. We also have about 303 applications that were disqualified. Some of those were because they weren't in the city limits. So, there's not much we can do about that. But some of them were because they didn't submit adequate documentation. So if, an option that we have is to go back and look at some of those and try to get them to reapply or to resubmit complete information and get them funded. Of the 175 that have been approved, about 80 are incentive payments and 95 of those were loans, both the low interest and the forgivable loans. I think that's pretty much all I have.
All right, thank you, Kathy.
Any questions for Kathy while we're on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just gonna ask real quick. So the additional 5 that we are allocating from the CARES funding, where does that put us as far as, like, say we funded that another 3 million, I think you said, from the applications that are yet to be finalized? Do we have any left over that, in addition to potentially going back to some of these that maybe just needed some more support in their application process, to open applications again? Will that be possible at all in forecasting?
Right. Yeah, I think probably I need to sit down and talk it through with city staff and with the chamber staff a little bit more. And I would assume that we'll bring something back to you all to go over as well. But I would think that we might want to go ahead and work through some of the applications that we've already received, and then talk about whether or not we want to open up an additional application period or a different kind of program, or maybe work on some different types of programs that might be just as effective. So I think that we have several different options, but my first preference would be to try to fully fund the applications that we've received and work with the people who've applied.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious because I have had at least 2 businesses in the last week reach out to me. Sounds like they didn't get notice of the first round. So we're just asking if there's any opportunity. So I'll just let them know that we're just still kind of waiting, but thank you.
Yeah, I think it's certainly something to look at.
And then do we have, I had asked, I think it was maybe Thursday or Friday of last week before the holiday weekend, about a web access for the public to be able to see who's received the funds and who's applied and that. Do we have a better sense of when we might have that sort of public information?
We have that list and we've provided it to some of the news outlets, and I think it was sent to City Council late last week.
It was. Yes, and I really appreciate that. What I guess I'm asking is for something that, because I haven't seen an article yet written about it. I know we've sent it to them, but I've had several constituents reach out to me wanting to know where they can go to see that information. I don't mind forwarding it, what you all sent me, to them individually, but I suspect there's probably an interest in the public to just be able to go to a site and press click.
We've talked about putting it on the website, so we can certainly do that if that's something council wants to do. It shouldn't be a problem. It's public information.
Yeah, this is Craig. So we'll be working with Public Information Office. We wanted to sit down with Kathy and go through the information that we have first. And I know Joanna's already reached out to PIM about putting that on the website. So we'll work with Kathy and get the information together and have something on the website. I don't know when it'll be exactly, Councilman, but I don't see any reason it wouldn't be in this week.
Okay. And thank you. And then kind of to Councilperson Hammond's point or notes, the amount of people who applied but were ineligible for, or maybe ineligible, but the demand was so high. Do we have an amount, like a dollar amount in our head about, like, for all the people who applied are eligible, but the demand was just so high? Do we have a dollar amount about like what we're short, like what we would need to shore up as, all of them?
I don't know that I have that readily available. Since some of the applications were so incomplete, I'm not sure we could even judge how much they needed. So I'd hate to put a number out there. I know the total, when we first started this, when we got the 600 applications, was over $20 million. So you take out the ones that aren't in the city limits, it was about $15 million. So we funded 5.5.
And then, and the reason why I'm asking at this particular juncture, as we're thinking about these CARES Act dollars, I'm just wondering what from there we might be able to draw to address the need that these businesses are demonstrating.
I think that's a little bit what I was trying to talk with Councilwoman Hammond's question, is that we could fully fund the applications that we've received and try to work with those businesses to get all the documentation completed, or we could open up a new application round. I think we need to think about that and what the rules are around the CARES Act money versus what the rules were for our Gold Bond Fund funded program. So it's just some details that we need to work through with city staff.
And I would say too that the proposal that we're doing $5 million today to authorize that to move forward wasn't suggesting that that's all the money from CARES that would be go towards small business program, but that it would give us a starting point, because we already knew we had such an over demand on the existing GOLD funds that we wanted to go ahead and inject this in now. But then we have the ability, when we come back with a more detailed plan, to have a proposal with additional expansion of the program, or any, like Kathy said, any other changes from the policy perspective on what kind of program we might propose.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just to clarify, to just have this maybe brain fart, but the 5 that we are approving today, is that on hold until we know more in 2 weeks, or would it be going toward the people who didn't make the cut this previous round?
It's available. It can go into the program now, so it is available to do that. As Kathy was saying, that we're going through and finalizing, which ones were, because some didn't make it. Some were disqualified, but some didn't make it in just because there were other needs that were greater than theirs. And so that's something that we can look at with this 5 million if we just go ahead and fund more of those requests that are already out there that have already been reviewed, or if we come back and I suspect there's going to be some portion of that that will be funding the existing program. But then if we come back and want to expand the program and make any changes like that, we bring that back to council.
And in this interim 2 weeks between now and the next council meeting, will council receive an update on to whom those $5 million went to?
The additional 5 million?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we would show that separately. Like Kathy said, there's separate funding sources. So anything we're doing with that money, that we will show that separately and provide that information. You know, anything that we're doing with the additional 5 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I have a couple questions as it pertains to how these funds were dispersed. Would you go over again the criteria and how these folks were chosen as far as these businesses are concerned?
The initial criteria were they had to demonstrate a 50% loss in revenue from this past the month of mid-March to mid-April versus mid-March to mid-April 2019. They had to be in the city limits. They had to be in business for at least a year. And then they were required to submit certain financial information as a part of their application. We evaluated all of that and scored each application based on those criteria. You know, did they demonstrate that they needed the money? For example, if they had adequate financial reserves or other sources of funding to help them get through this, they didn't score as high on that demonstration of need question as other people would have. But those are the basic criteria. And then we did have a goal of having 25% of the applications from low to moderate income census tracts.
Okay. I think that's even what my concern is when we're looking at a lot of these businesses that still really could have used funding compared to some of the ones that actually received it. Not saying no one doesn't have a need, that any of these businesses don't have a need, but it's very concerning to me that there are quite a few businesses that are not really known, and therefore it seems as if their funding stream obviously affects that. So therefore that also may have affected them being able to receive funding for a disbursement as well. So those are some of my concerns. So I am curious when it comes to the additional 5 million, where and how this will look as far as some of those folks who, again, we know are because I've had quite a few different businesses reach out to me. I'm curious to know what's going on, and also basically saying this is their last hope. And one of the business that I see on here that did reach out to me is under review. So I'm really concerned about places like that have contacted me or our office that are truly in need and concerned about how they can keep their doors open and in comparison to others. But again, I'm not saying that there is not a business that's not in need, but I would hope that we're taking a really close eye when it comes to this additional 5 million.
Right. And you know, one thing that the scoring of the applications was really just a way to try to get within the $5 million that council had originally allocated. So if we have more funding, like I said, we have 146 applications who have applied, but either we don't have adequate funding for, or they're still under review. So that additional funding will help us fund those. And then we have 80 or 90 more who didn't submit adequate documentation that we need to work with. Right now, they are in a disqualified category. just because we don't have enough information to even review their application. So, you know, and if there's any of those businesses that you would like us to take a second look at, or if we need to talk with them, please let us know and we'll be glad to take a look at that.
Okay, thank you. I guess one of my other questions when looking at some of the approved for disbursement, was there a criteria other than the business had to be located within Oklahoma City limits? The investor did not have to be located within Oklahoma City?
The business had to have a physical address in Oklahoma City.
Okay, so that means basically the investor or whoever did not have to have a physical location in Oklahoma City.
True, right.
Okay. And that's also a concern in some aspects when we're looking at businesses that are smaller businesses that have rooted their business locally and are their own investor when with a true need when it comes to receiving maybe a loan or some type of incentive.
Hey, Kathy, this is David Greenwell. You said earlier in the council meeting that you learned a lot going through this first go around, which, you know, makes sense. I would assume everyone would. Anything that you can share in terms of the application process and the communication to the public in regards to this assistance?
I think if, you know, if we could have made the application process more simple.
Yes.
And made the staff review requirements a little less onerous, that would probably be one thing that I think we need to look at. The city dedicated a team of about 20 employees to reviewing all these applications. And these are employees that have regular jobs, you know, so we've taken people away from their regular duties in order to work on this program. So as we move forward and think about doing it again, we need to remember that we only have so much staff capacity, and how do we review all these applications in a prompt way and not be such a heavy burden on some of the staff people that were the reviewers, and, you know, taking them away from their regular duties and, you know, potentially delaying other projects and other work that they do. So that might be the biggest thing. And I do think that there's a lot more interest in some of the loan programs than we anticipated. So if that's just something kind of interesting.
Well, I was surprised that in terms of the low amount of technical assistance that's been paid out so far, only a third set aside has been used, and 2/3 remains either unfunded or unallocated, it appears.
And some of that, Councilman, is because we didn't close the applications for the consultants until just a couple weeks ago. So we're still in the process of matching up small businesses with consultants to help them.
Yeah, you know, just a quick comment. You would think that providing technical assistance would have a much greater impact on the larger community. You know, to the extent the city can provide technical assistance, it reaches out to a much broader number of businesses who hopefully will be getting more and more back to, say, normal. But anyone can always use technical assistance. So keep that in mind as we continue to go forward. That and you can provide it in many ways in group settings. And I just think the money can go further when you take that approach. Now, do you have any statistics, or can you get the statistics in terms of the types of industries that were given the funding? And can you answer this? what percentage of businesses had to close as being non-essential during this time frame? And those that did have to close, are they now all open? What's the success rate in terms of giving these businesses funding to get them back up and running?
So one of the scoring criteria was whether or not the business had to close. So if they were required to close, they scored higher than others who were able to remain open. So I would say most of the ones that we have funded to date were required to close.
Okay.
We do have the business type, and we can get that kind of statistic. And then one of the things I thought that we could do over a longer time horizon is look at who's reopened, who's been able to stay open, kind of what kind of success and results did we have with the program. But I think it's still a little too early to tell that. Some of these businesses, if they're open again, they're open on a very limited kind of basis, because some of them are restaurants. So
yeah, no, without a doubt, this program will be a great case study to look at a year to 2 years from now to see to what extent it was helpful and which ones remained alive as a result of this assistance. One of the issues that differentiates this program from the federal program was that the funding went through banks in regards to the federal funds, and it was the banks who did the review, going back to your concern about not having proper number of people evaluating the loan request.
right. Well, and I will say that a bank reviewed all of our loan requests.
Mm-hmm.
So we did have a bank underwrite and review all of the loans, but then we took them through a second level of review for our criteria, for the city's criteria. So yeah, but one possibility is looking to hire a bank or somebody to help us process these in the future.
Yeah. So when you say that the bank underwrote these loans, to what extent are they exposed in regards to the loans?
They don't have any exposure. It's our money, our loan agreements, our promissory notes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. And again, to the extent, I don't want to add burdens to you, but to the extent we can get some data in terms of industries served. And final comment, again, to the extent we can go beyond 5 million, looking at what types of businesses could have a greater impact on the city's economy. Certain industries create a much larger multiplier effect than other businesses do. And turning this into just like we do with all of our economic incentives, we hope that we'll get a larger return in terms of sales tax revenue and other types of revenues than what we initially expend to business coming into the city. Can we look at that going forward in terms of this program?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I also wanted to make mention as we talk about that with this process. I know there was an entity or a business that made mention to myself that they had quite difficulty going through this process, the application process. Although they were funded, I can only imagine other businesses that had difficulty with participating or going through the process. So those are also a lot of the concerns I have when it comes to this. And so even Councilwoman Hammond and I were curious to know if we were going to leave it open. It was more of her question than mine, if we were going to leave the application process open for our Spanish speaking population, because they didn't have the same amount of time to apply as other folks may have had that time to apply. So again, those are a few of those other concerns when it comes to how we look at some of those businesses and what we're doing when it comes to some of these businesses and programs going forward.
All right. Next item that we have is the budget presentation for Public Works for the FY21 budget. I mentioned because of the abbreviated schedule that we have, we're trying to put a few of the presentations on with council meetings. And so Eric Winger is with us to present the Public Works budget for FY21.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm hoping that you can probably see the presentation on screen. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Trying to make it go full screen here. Here we go. Well, I appreciate the opportunity. I will give a brief update on the Public Works budget. If you have your budget book in front of you, it begins on page C77. And I think to echo the comments that Doug Dowler had mentioned earlier in the meeting, obviously this was a very extremely and challenging budget for us this year. We've got a lot of staff that worked on this, a lot of division and section heads. So it went all the way through the department as we put together the proposal you're going to receive today. My thanks also to the budget department and their staff. Again, it took a lot of individuals. One of the items that I would note for Public Works this year, you are going to find that we are reducing positions. We're also reducing some material and operational accounts, but we're not removing any levels of service. We're going to maintain all the things that we have done previously. It just may come at a reduced level of service going forward. Just as a mission statement for Public Works provides infrastructure construction and maintenance, private construction plan review and inspection, and emergency first response services. We are the city's 4th largest department. And again, we work for our residents to live, work, and play in a safe environment. This next slide is an outline of what is being proposed by the levels of staff and crew in each of our 7 divisions. Last year's budget included 418 positions. Our proposed reduction is down to 399 positions. Streets, traffic, and drainage maintenance is our largest division, being proposed at 228. Our smallest division is traffic. And we're reducing staffing in all divisions except for traffic engineering, just as it's the smallest division, and we did not require changes in that category. This is an infographic that we like to share that just shows the responsibilities of Public Works and just how large our city is. Again, as we talk about a city with over 620 square miles, we have over 770 signalized intersections, over 12,000 traffic signals, over 70,000 traffic control signs. Just a lot of responsibility, and so our crews and our staff stay very active throughout the year, making sure that we keep the city running and moving forward. This is the lines of business as we look at the alignment with the strategic business planning and leading for results. Our divisions do follow those with administration, engineering, field services, project management, stormwater quality, streets, traffic, drainage management, and traffic management. And then this next slide is really the slide that tells the story. So as I kind of highlight this for you, and I know some of the text could be quite small, but what you find are our operating expenditures in the left-hand column, and the next 2 columns that are the lighter shade blue, that is our fiscal year or last year's budget, including the total number of positions. And then the far right 3 columns in the darker blue are what is being proposed for fiscal year 21. There are 2 parts to the budget. You'll see the top half is our operating budget. The operating budget proposed for next year is $51,654,000. You'll also see that we have a non-operating or a capital budget, which is shown at the bottom. This predominantly includes the Better Streets, Safer City sales tax program. So the dollars that you see there, $259,332,000, those are in the Better Streets capital funds where we talk about street resurfacing, bike lanes, sidewalks, trails construction. That is a part of our budget for a total proposed budget of $310,986,000. You'll see the total number of position reductions from last year to this year from 418 to 399. When you look at the operating expenditures, you'll see that this equates to, as a summary in operations, about a 4.8% cut from our budget. I've got some slides that I'm going to follow here that'll help maybe make a little more information on these, but I can come back to this one if we need to. Our major budget changes are in 2 categories, in personnel and again in materials. As we look at the personnel budget changes, we're reducing 19 vacant positions. And so I iterate that we do not have position cuts of people that have filled positions. We were fortunate this year in Public Works that we have vacancies, 2 in field services, 2 in project management, 1 in stormwater quality, and 14 in streets, traffic, and drainage maintenance. This is where I would also suggest that, you know, we are going to expect some level of loss of service this year, although we're not reducing any programs. When we look at the material changes, we currently have a $3.6 million materials budget for street resurfacing. Now, this is not a part of Better Streets or the bond program. This would be street resurfacing that we do internally as a part of the department, but we're looking to reduce that by $156,000 or 4.3%, also to make sure that we meet the budget goals for this year. When we look at the total budget, and again, this would include the operating and the capital, you're going to see that the Better Streets, Safer City program with more than $200 million accounts for the majority of the Public Works budget. The remaining colors that you see on this wheel to the left include the different funding sources, including the general fund, drainage utility, impact fees, and capital improvement projects that fund the department. This next slide is just the operating budget. And so this is, again, looking at just the staffing levels for Public Works. And you'll see that our streets, traffic, and drainage maintenance division accounts for nearly 50% of the entire department, which aligns with the positions. And you'll see the other categories as they break down. You know, I mentioned previously, traffic management is the smallest administration. You'll find they're next at 17%, engineering at 9%, field services at 8%, and project management at 7%. So again, looking at the budget, we have a $52 million operating budget being proposed for FY 21, but we've got a larger overall budget, but it includes that capital for Better Streets, and no reductions are being made to the Better Streets, Safer City budget as a part of the reductions. These next slides will really just summarize each of those divisions, just as a reminder of the things that we do, and I've included a summary at the bottom of the proposed budget for each of the divisions. So as we start out in engineering, this is our group that does drainage engineering, drainage engineering, technical review, and paving engineering. Budget $4.5 million at 26 positions. And these are the types of things that engineering does as we talk about technical plan reviews. So over the past year, we reviewed over 2,300 permits, and we reviewed over 1,000 different plans. And you'll see the different number of permits that are there, from revocable right-of-way permits to floodplain activity permits, to also assisting with building permit plan reviews as a part of this division. We look at field services. This is the construction inspections and the quality control that occurs for both private and public projects that are in the right-of-way. Proposed budget at $4.3 million and 48 positions. And as we look at the inspections that they do each year, we do over 7,000 right-of-way inspections, 28,000 construction inspections, and the value of work that this division oversees is over $600 million in construction work annually. Moving into project management. Project management, this is the group that predominantly administers contract administration and infrastructure project management for the Better Streets, Safer City, and also the bond program. $3.7 million, 31 positions. And this slide helps outline the value of that work on the dollar value of projects awarded each year. Included a historical perspective to kind of see the difference here. The blue is our bond program. So this would be a combination of both the 2007 and the 2017 bond programs. The purple, or the lighter color at the top, is that Better Streets, Safer City program that you'll see. So as we have noted, if you look at calendar year 19, 20, and 21, the bond program is continuing to increase its contractual delivery each year by about $5 million a year. So this year in calendar year 20, we're expected to complete $100 million in contracting, and in next year, as part of next year's budget, about $105 million. If you look at the Better Streets, Safer City program, sales tax collections did end this year, so we've collected all of the funds, and that's why you're going to start to see that the top, or the lighter color, is going to start to decrease each year moving forward. So as we look at next year's budget, you're going to see even a lesser amount of contracting in Better Streets, with the expectation that we are going to be finishing that in the next 18 months or so. Stormwater management, and this is environmental water quality, household hazardous waste program. Also our construction industrial permitting budgeted at 3.5 million, 29 positions. One of the things that we like to highlight is our household hazardous waste program. We have a facility that, of course, is open at 1621 South Portland. We did not close due to COVID-19. We were able to maintain that facility with social distancing. It is a drive-through operation. It is open Tuesday through Friday from 9:30 to 6 p.m. and then Saturday 8:30 to 11. We also partner with 8 other cities. And in just this past year, we collected over 800,000 pounds of household hazardous waste that we're able to keep out of the city's landfills. So again, it's a neat program. And again, we like to express that we move that out and continue that in the next year. Stormwater quality also has a public outreach program, and these are some of the totals for 2019. As we look to advise our residents and work in schools, and again, these are 2019 numbers. We obviously weren't able to get out to schools this spring. Held over 435 attendees at workshops, over 1,800 students last year. We've had over 80,000 social media views. And then our last household hazardous waste event had over 402 participants. Our largest division, streets, traffic, and drainage maintenance program. These are our crews that are out every day that are helping repair potholes and maintain streets, drainage, and traffic operations. 25.3 million, 228 positions. Again, as we continue to work both with our street crews and as we work in our bond and better street sales tax programs with resurfacing, we watch the condition of city streets very closely. We've continued to see about a 1-point increase in our pavement condition index each year. So it continues to grow, continues to climb as we push those programs forward. So we look at fiscal year 2021, we still have our eye on that 70 PCI as an average for the entire city of Oklahoma City. So we're getting closer each year. This is just some of the examples of the pothole patching on the left and some of our new street resurfacing on the right. So we do have those capabilities. We're going to slightly reduce the materials budget for the street resurfacing, but it is a program that we're going to continue to maintain in the next year. This is traffic maintenance and also our traffic striping programs. Again, we'll continue to maintain those signals, making sure that we keep the bulbs changed and operational. And we'll have a reduced, but we'll continue to do some of the striping restorations in Oklahoma City. This is part of the drainage maintenance program. We regularly do make new drainage repairs, but then mowing is also a large component of what streets traffic drainage maintenance complete each year. And then our last division is traffic management, our smallest, 1.6 million, 15 positions, traffic engineering and traffic and transportation services. Predominantly, this team works with the Traffic Commission. They also do technical review and also traffic analysis when we look to improve signals and signal operations in Oklahoma City. So this is my final slide. As we look at fiscal year 21 projected outlook, just looking at that next year ahead with the proposed budget, we'll expect to fill about 60,000 potholes, do about 110 miles of street resurfacing and widening, over 1,700 infrastructure plan reviews, over 105 million in new contracting in the bond, 54 million in better street sales taxes, 65 million in facilities. We'll complete over 30,000 inspections in the next year. Those will equate to about 600 million in annual inspections. The other item that we continue to work on and something that we're looking forward to is the initiation of the electronic plan review system going into this next year, which is going to be more efficient and something that's going to be also interdepartmental. So it's likely going to be an item that you'll see from some of the other department presentations as well. But with that, that'll wrap up the Public Works presentation for budget for FY21, and I'm happy to answer your questions you might have.
Are there any questions for Eric?
Yes, this is David Greenwell. Have you had any preliminary contacts with, for example, Cleveland County in terms of when we partner with them and we provide the materials, they provide the labor on projects?
So we do keep a running list with Cleveland County, Oklahoma County, and a smaller list with Canadian County. But yes, we do continue to reach out and have those partnership projects when those come available. So we do have funding in place as a part of this budget. This is also a part of our our bond issue to make sure that we can enter into those agreements as the county has the resources to also proceed. So I can provide you, Councilman Greenwell, of the ones that maybe are more specific to your ward, and I can share that too.
You bet. That'd be great. Thank you. But also, you've not heard any comments from them in terms of their not being able to continue that type of a partnership.
I have not heard that, no.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eric. Appreciate the presentation. The only other items I have on city manager reports are the May 2020 sales and use tax collection report. You have that in your packet. We've talked about it previously. Doug talked quite a bit about it in his presentation, just about sales tax being down 16% in May. And as we've talked with Russell, he's cautioned that May, June, and July are going to be our worst months. And so we're going to see some pretty bad checks in those months. And we'll continue to monitor those. We built our projections for next year based on these assumptions for the decline in sales tax. So be happy to answer any questions if you have anything else on that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Craig. Citizens to be heard, we have no one who signed up to speak. So now we will go into executive session. I actually wasn't here the last time we did this, so I haven't done this yet. Okay. So we have two items previously voted on that we will handle in executive session, item 9T and 9U. So I'll kind of turn it over to Francis, our city clerk, on how this next part goes.
Okay.
So I hit join.
Yes.
No.
It just popped onto my screen. It said breakout room 1. I click on join.
Hi, this is Richard Mann. Hi, this is Richard Mann. I can't hear anything. Hello?
Hey, Richard, this way, Gorley, I can hear you. I don't think everybody's moved in yet.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
This is Sherry Katz. Can you guys hear me?
I can.
Okay.
I can hear you, Sherry.
Okay, thanks, Wade.
Chief, are we in the breakout room?
Yes.
Okay.
My understanding is Francis moved us all over.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
It doesn't look like we are right now. We keep moving to that room and then back.
Yeah, it keeps asking me to join a breakout room even though we are here.
We're here. James, is it asking you to join a breakout room?
Well, Mark, it sure is, but I just hit no.
Later?
No, I didn't even do that. I just hit the red button that said X out of it.
Yeah. All right. At least you and I know where we're supposed to be.
I see Greenwell and Stone and who else is here?
I don't remember last council meeting having to hit anything to go to breakout.
I see a Mickey Graham and a Francis Lee.
Todd, the problem is you're not in charge this time.
I didn't want to mention that in case the mayor was in the room with me.
I don't think he's with us. You hear, Mayor?
Yeah, I don't see him.
See, the only thing I can see on this is you, James, right now. And if Todd speaks, but I can't see anybody else.
Well, you could change your at the top if you want. At least on mine, it has like 4 different options of like what the screen presentation can be. I changed mine to the one that has like.
Did you do gallery view?
Grid view.
Grid gallery view.
Oh, is this a
Councilman
There we
Greenwell.
go. That works. Thank you.
Councilman, this is Chris Browning. I can see and hear you guys.
Okay.
So you must be in the wrong place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I'm not supposed to be able to hear or see you guys in executive session.
Yeah, especially when we're talking about you.
I assure you that Councilman Stonecipher, Greenwell, Cooper, and Stone are not in the executive session.
Okay.
You are still in the regular meeting. I have texted Francis and Craig to let them know, although I know sometimes Francis does not take her phone with her. So, and I'm not in the building, so I can't go tell Craig. Let me see if I can.
Can you call Debbie?
Yes, I will.
Chris, you still there?
I am.
Think we'll make a 2 o'clock water trust?
I'm thinking no.
So.
Boyd.
Hey man, did you join that breakout?
I did, but
Our conversation is on YouTube right now.
oh, okay. Well, that Mark and I are hanging out in this other room. I don't know where. I don't know how to make it.
There should have been a prompt that said join breakout or something like that. Did it not work?
There were, and we did, and
And it brought us back.
brought us back.
Zach, can you help me?
You might try to
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah, so I've Mickey.
Zach, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Who's we're working on it. We're working on it.
Hello.
Hang tight.
That's Zach Nash's voice you hear saying that we're
Yeah.
working. Okay. All right, thanks.
Yes, I know. Okay.
Francis, would you mind making me host?
Okay, let me give,
We are waiting on Councilman Stonecipher and Councilman Cooper to conquer the digital divide. Join us here.
Now we can hear the mayor, and he's not in the breakout room.
I can hear the mayor.
Yes, so can I, and I'm not in the.
they're going to be over in just a minute.
I don't know how many of you are a fan of David Lynch. It feels like that, where we're just separated by time and space somehow.
And how did Todd disappear?
He made it in. Somehow he made it in. He crossed the digital divide.
But I was there for a while because I talked to Chief Gurley.
Chief Gorley, I don't think he was in when you were talking to him.
Okay.
He is now, though, I think.
Okay, Councilman Cooper and Stone Cipher, do you see anywhere that's hidden in the back of your screen, maybe hit escape, that you can re-accept the breakout room? You are definitely in limbo here, so.
So Zach, I think they both hit no on that prompt.
Okay.
We gotta start over.
Stone Cipher's there. No.
Nope, Stone Cipher is not there.
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got Stone here now.
Yeah, we know, we can see. Zach Nash is trying to get him in.
So James, I was driving through Paseo, what was it, Saturday or Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
I saw Buttermilk went out of business.
Yeah, they did. Did you see? I think it was on OKC Talk. Some Edmond restaurant is going to be moving in there.
Yeah, it's called Philly Homa or something.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Buttermilk. I was sad to see it go.
Yeah, it was nice having a
Councilman?
breakfast place next door.
Councilman, can you look back on your computers to see if you have a new alert to join the breakout room?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'm gonna hit escape again. Yeah, I got so bored this weekend. I drove the ward. I took Debbie through Paseo and downtown, and we walked Scissortail, and we just drove all over the place.
Yeah, I've done a couple of those kind of just drive arounds. What's the neighborhood I love so much in Ward 7? Wildwood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just love driving through those kind of canyons and the trees.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Great. I love just south of the Capitol where they have all those Mediterranean style homes with the tile roofs, the red tile roofs.
South of the Capitol.
Yeah, south of the Capitol building.
Oh, yes. I was in my head thinking north for some reason. Like, what?
No, south.
I love all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Was it you who took, when we did our tour of, was it your ward? But then it was when we did one of the tours, either yours or mine, and we went over to Carey Place to go look at the St. Francis.
Yeah. That was yours, I think.
It was nice.
But man, I can't remember. We did go look at St. Francis. I remember that. So I think the schools will open in the fall. Do you?
You do think they will?
Uh-huh.
I hope so. I'm really nervous about the.
Francis Kersey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, Francis Kersey.
Hey, Zach.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you just tell everybody to close out, come back to the main session, and then we start all over?
That is what I was getting ready to do. I was giving it one more chance.
Francis is back in the room.
Zach, can you add me too? I'm also stuck here in limbo.
Yep.
Oh, Kenny, hey.
I just texted Francis and Craig to tell them that Zach is trying to get Francis's attention. Hopefully that will get them.
Hey, Kenny, I'm getting ready to assign you to this room, so click accept for me. Okay. So Francis Kersey, if you hear me, I am going to close all rooms and we're going to start this over. That's the only way to get the councilman and the back into
Zach, tell him it was my fault.
I'll take the blame, sir.
Well, I was there and now I'm back.
Yeah, I brought everyone back in.
Okay.
So. Okay, it looks like we have everyone back into the meeting. Welcome back. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up another breakout room, and I will need everyone to accept that invitation when it comes on your screen. So we'll be doing this in just a second.
Zach,
Yes, Francis. Nightmare. I take it I wasn't muted there. Awesome.
I'm sorry. I love it, Bo. I love it.
All right, Councilman Cooper, did you get another notification? Councilman Greenwell, if you're there and you can hear me, if you can accept the invitation for the new breakout room.
Zach, Richard Mann is one of the attorneys that needs to be moved into the executive session.
Thank you, Laura.
Zach, I believe Sherry Katz was also on the list. Frances Kersey, can you double check?
She is on the list.
Okay, she is in now. If there is anyone.
Yeah, I can't see the whole gallery, but everybody I can see is not included.
All right.
Thank you, Zach.
Not a problem. And thank you for everyone that is tuning in for your patience.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Just nod. Okay, very good. I see a quorum. There is nothing further on our agenda. We have concluded executive session. We will be meeting next Tuesday, which is unusual, but this is obviously, it's not unusual during budget time. And so we will be meeting next Tuesday for presentation of specific departments relative to the next year's fiscal budget. There will be no votes held. Look forward to seeing everybody then, and we are adjourned.